Just 2 rounds left to go in the regular season of the Esports Racing League, and we've hit one of the OG3, landing on iRacing in this multi-platform competition to crown the best team in the world of sim racing. Here on the VCO Esports channel, we've already made our way across of Assetto Corsa Competizione, Le Mans Ultimate, and most recently Gran Turismo 7, but it's back to PCs, and in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts, the V8 Supercars has been broken out. Hi folks, my name is Arjuna Kangipati, as ever, ready to go for this incredible racing action. Joined alongside for the second consecutive round by Ewan O'Leary. And Ewan, these are some interesting machines. We've seen supercars before in the Esports Racing League, but the previous generation, this the brand new generation available on iRacing, and we head to a tight, twisty, and now old Oran Park Raceway that no longer exists in the real world.
Yeah, I say it all the time, but it's one of the great things about iRacing and all the other sims that we've used in this competition so far. We can race on circuits that no longer exist, and that is one of the great things. We can use cars that no longer exist either, but these certainly do. Sadly, we will be commentating over the top of them. They sound brilliant. They race brilliant, I think, as well. And this is a circuit I wouldn't say use really in any other cars other than V8 supercars.
Yes, and so that also means for many a driver, not just adapting to the car, to the simulator, but to the track as well. Like I said, though, we're already, 3 rounds deep into this Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts, and we've really started to see the championship standings really take shape. But the format, if you're new to this tournament, well, it all starts in the heat races. One driver from each team goes racing in their respective heat. The best 2 results from the team count, and from there, 10 teams move directly to the quarterfinal. The rest of the teams head to the second chance race. 1 driver and the top 2, Ewan, get a chance to bring their team to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and if you're going to be in that top 4 by the end of the day, well, not necessarily the end of today, but the end of the season, I should say, you have to be making it to the quarterfinals, really. It's proven to be just too close to call, and so you've got to make it through into those quarterfinals. Ideally as well, semi-finals, to be honest, by which point, of course, in the quarterfinals, semis, and then finals as well, all 3 drivers will be racing against one another, and we're back to a 1v1 final as well. I very much enjoyed GT7, actually, with a little bit more variety, 3 teams in the final, but we're back to a 1v1 here for the last races of this round.
Yes, like you say, different format on Gran Turismo, accounting for the console nature, but it was an interesting change of the norm, to say the very least. Let's quickly talk about, well, the games that we've still got left to come. One more round of the regular season as we make our way to Rennsport, to be released on consoles in just a few days' time, and then our top 4 teams will head to Sim Formula Europe the second week in January and compete in person on the stage, all the spotlights on them, on a brand new up-and-coming simulator, the Last Garage. And the unique thing about this, we'll have a custom car designed by Vicarus, a custom track as well, and you in practice time, ultra limited, one of the core points in the Esports Racing League.
Yeah, it makes it so unpredictable because, and we've already experienced this with the last garage as well on the last year's edition of, this year's edition, I should say, of Sim Formula Europe, 2025's edition, where obviously it had its own championship and competition, I should say. Some pros were there and some members of the public qualified to that competition as well. And what was the thing I most took away from it was just the unpredictability of that kind of racing. As you say, we're going to limit practice time in a very similar way to what we did with Sim Formula Europe's competition in 2025. And that will create some surprising results. Don't expect the regular season sort of MVP, as it were, to go particularly well at the LAN event. They may do, but it's not a given.
Teamwork. I think that's what we're going to see, maximizing that limited practice time. Here's a look at our teams. The core teams were expected to be the strongest of the contenders, while contender teams were expected to maybe be contenders on one or two specific platforms. And now, with just 2 rounds left to go in the Esports Racing League, we figured out who truly is the contenders, who are the comers, and who are the goers. And at the top of the pile were Team Nitro through the first couple of rounds of the championship. Last time out, though, things did take a bit of a drastic swing, Ewan, and we've seen things close up at the very top. Team Nitro still at the top of the pile, but Rafa ERA rising up to second, BS Plus Competition to third, and then R8G finally cracked the top 4, although it's then just 6 points back to Visceral Esports in 8th position, who were in the top 4 just last time out before we made our way onto Gran Turismo 7.
Yeah, and you'd have to say are the last contenders really out of the ones we've got so far. I would say the top 8 really are the only ones who can make it from here. Don't forget, it's 1 point per position on any given evening, so even though the gaps look very small, it's quite hard to make up these small gaps as well. The problem for those teams that have gotten into the top 4 as a result, maybe with the exception of BS Competition, but certainly for the likes of ERA and R8G and all of that kind of thing, they have got to be more consistent in the other rounds. They were good at GT7, sure, and they got good results, especially in the case of ERA, of course, and R8G, but they've got to be more consistent in these other rounds because that was the first time R8G had made it to the semi-finals, first time R8G had made it to the finals, so they've got a lot of work to do.
Here's a look at the drivers. Who should you be keeping your eyes out for in the full complement of, I think it's 24 that will go racing. Well, Alessandro Bico, Williams Sim Racing, he's definitely one to keep an eye on. Maybe one of the strongest drivers, Nicholas Matteo, Kevin Ellis Jr. included in that as well. But at the end of the day, Ewan, they're all adapting to this V8 supercars.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter really how much experience in iRacing you have. In my opinion, it's more about the experience you have in the V8 supercar itself. On another sim, I used to race in a in a league of V8 supercars. And then when I came back to some other leagues and some other people I'd been driving with, suddenly in a field of people I wasn't faster than, normally I was in the V8 supercars because I'd had that experience over the course of, time driving this car. It's a very, very specialist car, I would say. The way you have to drive it is unlike anything I've ever driven before. But as I said before, I think it provides some of the best racing in the whole of motorsport. Certainly when you get them side by side, it's difficult to it's difficult to get back single file again. It just kicks on from there again and again and again. And hopefully that happens tonight with some good action. But we will see who's been doing their practice. They have had a bit of time to prepare.
Now, a bit of time to prepare, but they only figured out exactly which track it was earlier today, although Oran Park in the voting was definitely trending towards the top. Bottom of the screen, you'll see scrolling, by the way, various facts around what you should expect throughout the course of the night and about what we've seen in terms of form book through the course of the season as well. Kevin Ellis Jr., provisional pole with a 106.306. Now, fast lap times here, not as many heavy braking zones as you'd really think, but that does not mean a shortage of passing opportunities. Jake Blackwell has already finished up his one and only qualifying attempt. The only driver on track looking to try and set a lap time right now is Nicholas Matteo, who strides his way to the line. And with a 106, that's not a 1000, don't find 6 seconds magically on track, slots his way into 9th. But that's our qualifying done and dusted for heat number 1, Ewan.
Yeah, it's pretty close across the board, but some of the familiar names up towards the top, like what you'd expect to see really with Kevin Ellis Jr. at the front. And Virtus Pro, of course, are going to just try and get themselves close here today. because they know that they've got Rennsport in the bag. I think they're going to be runaway winners, to be honest, at Rennsport, but maybe I'm going a bit too soon on that. They've got Kevin Hurst Jr. and Darren McCormack on their team, and Kevin Hurst Jr. is very good at iRacing in his own right anyway, but they're two of the best Rennsport drivers, went up against people who only drive Rennsport, never mind up against some people who, I'd imagine, in the race that day, trying it for the first time.
I think that could be a decisive round if there are drivers and teams on the bubble. On iRacing, by the way, just the one qualifying lap. We had 3 qualifying attempts on Gran Turismo 7. Another slight change of format for everyone just to be aware of. But the other unique thing, Ewan, is standing start in these V8 Supercar Bs, putting all the power down through the rear wheels as the lights go out.
Yeah, super difficult to walk these cars off the line. You see it in the real world, we'll see it here in this race as well.
Let's take a look at the starting grid. Kevin Ellis Jr., Gabriel Solomon. It's Virtus Pro and Kawanda at the front. With Team Nitro doing well. Michi Tauscher alongside of Jurne Simoncic. Watch out for Rafa ERA. They could look to try and fight to the front. Marco Pajic inside of Jack Keithley with Visceral and TC Esports sharing row 3. William Sim Racing back in 7th with Jake Blackwell. World Sim Racing Esports on the outside of row number 4. Drago and R8G make up the rest of the top 10. And then Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. 11th for the man behind the team, Veloce Thrustmaster alongside, with ERE Race Esports just behind. Referox on the outside of row 7. With BS Plus Competition, Gladius Competitions sharing row 8. 17th for Quartermass Motorsport. 18th for 0 Point Racing, and then just a handful more. Owls Esports, Absolute Motorsport Asleth, the United Sim Team, GTS 92, Customs GT, but most significantly, a 2.5 second delta through the field. Ewan, in this car, no driver aids, everything left to the driver. That's going to be the story of qualifying through the night.
Yeah, that very much makes it very difficult, as you might imagine, in this race. But yeah, this start is going to be so crucial as they try and get these cars offline. You see it in the real world, as I say, it's very difficult to start these cars well. And again, something that you don't often think about practicing, because in a lot of cars, it's either a rolling start or it's an easy car to get off of the line from a standing start. So yeah, it's going to be a case of who's practiced this as well. So much practice would have had to gone in today, more than what you'd normally see in an iRacing event.
Absolutely. They'll get ready to pull that clutch in and the lights will build. And off and away they will go for the first of our 3 heat races. So glad you joined us here on the VCO Esports channels. Just 2 rounds left in the regular season of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts, as we inch closer and closer to the start of 2026 and our trip to Sim Formula Europe. The lights will come up and the Ford Mustangs will sing out here at Oran Park. 9 laps on deck and a decent start from the front of the field, but Michi Tauscher goes nowhere instantly. Jurne Simoncic is alongside and slots his way through. Marco Pajic now trying to challenge, but he's got to watch from Jack Keithley behind as they flick through turn 1. Onto the brakes for the first time, in through turn 2. A little bit of argy-bargy as Alessandro Bico fights his way through the field. And now on the short blast up to turn 3.
Yeah, it's a very short run, and so you're going to have to get in line pretty quickly here. As I mentioned earlier, though, once you get side by side in these cars, it's sort of difficult to stop sometimes. And we'll see if that's happening anywhere further down the field. Kitty Fleur and Yoyoski side by side a little bit further down, but Gabriel Solomon with a great start and leads the field well.
Looks like at least Marco Nila in the Owls Esports machine has slipped off the track, but everyone's seemingly safely over the top of the bridge and in towards the final sector. Undulation, very much the story of this race. And as Jack Keithley goes around and slips into the grass, that's TC Esports sliding down the field.
It's a big moment as well as far as TC Esports are concerned. They were just 1 point below the cut line for the top 4 at the start of the day. Nicholas Matteo also now having trouble. He's dropping down the field, so that's going to be the story of the day as well. We're going to see a lot of mistakes, I would imagine, across the board because of how difficult this car is to drive.
Back in through turn 1. 9-lap races, just around that 10-minute mark, which these heat races traditionally are. Simoncic in the middle of the track, just trying to cover off any move from Michi Tauscher as the top 2 now start to break away as Solomon leads from Ellis Jr. Oh, Simoncic really feeling the heat right now as they get ready to cross back over the bridge. Tauscher tried to slot alongside, but putting the power down, Ewan, rear end sliding around on him, and Alessandro Bico's got a windshield full of Ford Mustang.
Yeah, he just can't get through on the top of the hill there, which was the real problem. He's got a better line again here, Tauscher, as he looks up the inside from Simicic. And as soon as he started defending like that, he invited the pressure from behind. So that has been his big problem here, and it's going to only get worse if it continues on like this. Tauscher not able to get his way down the inside at the final turn. There's not too many overtaking chances at this circuit, although you do come round to each corner every lap very quickly. So you can manufacture chances through corner after corner. We'll see whether Tauscher can do that here on Jurnej Simicic for third.
Off to turn one once again. We apologise for a couple of the technical issues that we are having. On board with Marko Pejic, who's technically a BS competition team member, but he's on loan to Visceral, and what a standout he has been. He was strong on Le Mans Ultimate. He is strong here on iRacing again. Adapting, I think that's what he is so good at being able to do. Oh, is this the chance? Michi Tauscher sneaks alongside as they crest over the Yokohama Bridge, but once more, door gets closed. I mean, this is great stuff, but the pressure's surely starting to pile on.
Yeah, I mean, it will be, and it's only a matter of time. Tauscher's better through every corner. You can see he's taking a different line through every corner, and this is what V8 Supercar Racing promotes as well, the different lines that you can use. Bico again on a different line now. He's going to fancy his chances as Tauscher forces Simicic onto the defensive again into the final corner. That's just not long enough of a run, and this is going to start to get dangerous for those who are in the middle of the pack.
And so here we go, back down to turn one, halfway through this first heat of the night. It's looking very good for Coanda and Virtus Pro. And I think what Ewan was saying earlier, Virtus Pro already looking forward to Rennsport, around where they will surely be thinking they will be strong. So a look there at Alessandro Bico for a moment. Just look how long this train has become, and there's been some drivers who have been able to take advantage and make some moves up through the field. Although Drago Racing, Nicolas Matteo, their preferred platform, you'd have to say, Ewan, still buried back in 10th spot.
Yeah, not ideal at all. Matteo had trouble on the opening lap. Don't know what it was, but he certainly lost a few positions compared to where he was running at one time. He's actually nearly worked himself back to his position of where he qualified actually in this race. And you'd imagine with time left on the clock, he will be able to make up some more places. But and indeed, there we go. It's side by side with Jake Backall, but. You'd hope anyway for Matteo that he would be utilised well as he's one of their stronger drivers here on iRacing, and you know, top 10 maybe doesn't do it really, although it is the top 10 teams that go through. Top 10 maybe doesn't quite get as much out of him as you'd hope.
It's a real shame that this track no longer exists in the real world. It is now converted into a housing estate. I've no doubt the houses are probably pretty nice, but I would much rather be able to watch racing. Hard to really keep you a beam on what's happening other than the top two just continue to break away. Solomon Ellis Jr. now almost 7 seconds clear of the chasing pack behind, as we take another look at Alessandro Bico putting the power down as you come over the top of that unique track overcut. Not many tracks, Ewan, can really say they have that sort of a section. It's all part of the undulation this track has.
Yeah, it's very unusual, isn't it? If you ever look at a track map of this place, you think, have I got the right one here? Because it just doesn't look right. But yeah, it's one of those rare circuits to have a figure of 8 with a bridge over the top and all that kind of thing. It's a shame it's not being used in real life anymore. Hasn't been used for quite some time in the real world anymore, which is a bit of a shame. It stopped being used in 2010 and will not be returning, unfortunately. But I'd say glad that we've got it on iRacing here, because it suits these cars really well. As we're seeing here, hard to overtake, but not impossible.
And again, we apologise for these technical issues. The joys of online racing, you are sometimes at the whims of the internet gods. I think what we did see, though, on the initial start was just how important putting that power down is. And that's something that some drivers will be using the foot clutch, some drivers will be using double clutches on their wheels, and others will just be relying on the inbuilt clutch assists that iRacing does provide you. You do also have to blip the throttle on the downshift. How adept are you at dancing on those pedals? I believe there are some real-world drivers who still, even in this generation of supercar, are right foot braking so that they can heel and toe. I don't know how needed that is, but it's always interesting just to look at. There's Mitchie Tauscher, who, just one thing I've remembered you, and doesn't have traction control to turn off in this race.
No, no, and yeah, that is true. By the way, they do still heel and toe sometimes in the road, especially the older drivers who've been around long enough to have to do that as a necessity. I'm not sure it is necessary anymore, but yeah, there definitely are still drivers that do it, and it's part of the V8 Supercar feel, I suppose, isn't it, as well? You remember when they were going to introduce flappy paddle gearboxes as well, and they got rid of those because they thought it'd be too easy, and that's why I appreciate this kind of racing. You know, they like to make it hard for the drivers as much as they'll complain and whatever. You've still got to use a stick shift, although it isn't the traditional H pattern, obviously.
No, by no means is it traditional, this car. It's, you know, in a lot of ways more similar to a NASCAR modern stock car. That's at least the comparisons that get made. Still, Simracing doing a great job to defend, and a driver that more traditionally, as far as I'm aware, is more accustomed to having prototype downforce available to him. He's just got 2 more laps to hold on here, although those tires must be starting to scream out.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's a good job this race is only 9 laps. Joni Simracing is going to be more glad about that than anybody as he comes down in towards turn 1 and 2 again. It almost feels like Tauscher's given up on trying to overtake him here, as he gave it such a go earlier, but has not been able to make the pass, and neither have really anybody else in the pack, although Yuyovsky's forced on the defensive from Jake Blackhall down in the background as well.
Once again, apologies for these technical issues. Hopefully our drivers are keeping this in mind, not forcing the issue by any means right now. But with short time remaining, they do know that they've got to make the moves happen. Matteo up to 8th position on the timing as well. There goes Yuyovsky off the track.
Well, that is not ideal at all for Yuyovsky, because RHG needed a very good day today. They're currently 4th in the standings. Yes, you'd expect them to have a very good wrench sport round. However, they cannot afford to fall too far back and have the same sort of bad form which they've had in the first 2 rounds before they turned it around with the new driver lineup, I must say, in GT7.
Yes, no, that was a strong showing, but that's what they expected as well, right? With 2 GT7 specialists, they had to deliver, they had to perform. Here comes the leaders up front, who really haven't put a foot wrong, Ewan, but also very, very close between them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a marriage of convenience between these two at the moment, because Coanda need to win, really, I would say, this round to have any chance, given their 10th in the standings coming into tonight. But Kevin Ellis Jr. will be absolutely fine with 2nd place. This is a good result for Virtus Pro, just looking to get themselves at least through the quarterfinals here today, because, as I say, they've got that wrench sport result to fall back on coming up at the final round.
So out of the final couple of corners, 2 drivers who have put their teams in a great spot. Top 2 results from the 3 drivers can carry you through directly to a quarterfinal. And tongue out, Gabriel Solomon has done what Coanda Esports wanted from him and leads at the Oran Park Speedway with Kevin Ellis Jr. in close pursuit behind. Now can Joni Simracing hold on to what would be a mighty impressive 3rd position, fighting off the advances of Mitchie Tauscher? Seems like yes. Alexander Delatraz a little bit further behind, crosses the line in 11th.
Yeah. Oh dear. How has he managed to lose all of his front end there as well and still finish there? I'm not entirely sure. That was slightly odd, but as far as drivers who you'd not expect to finish outside of the top 10, there, Delatraz probably one of them. Yuyovsky and Keithley have to be the others. That's 2 of the current top 8 teams who we sort of circled at the start of the day as needing to have good days, who finish well down there. Yuyovsky and Keithley have put a lot of pressure onto their teammates at the end of that race.
Here's a look at the results. Remember, with every position being a point, Gabriel Salomon and Kevin Ellis Jr. at the front have done the job, with Rapid ERA Esports by EMM thrilled by prototype and RF2 specialist Joni Simracing, grabbing 3rd, Mitchie Tauscher, then Alessandro Bico, Marco Page, aiding Walshingham, as Visceral, Veloce, Williams all get some decent results on the board. Drago up to 8th in the closing stages, with Jake Blackhall and Jacob Osterman for WSR and BS Plus competition, the rest of the top 10. Delatraz Automotive, United Sim Team, Quartermass Referox, Customs GT, 0 Point Racing, GTS 92, and then the Absolute Motorsport Aslith crew. All still within about 40-50 seconds of the leaders, as are Gladius, the ERE Race Esport team. And then towards the tail end of the field, in 21st position, Erhan Yuyovsky, Al's Esport, and then TC Esports behind. And Jack Keithley, not very happy with what happened to him either, Ewan.
Well, I can imagine so as well. He would have put a lot of pressure on himself there for a good result in his heat, and now unfortunately it is over to his teammates who have got to perform now. As I mentioned, the reason I keep mentioning top 10 obviously is because top 10 teams go through, but it's hard to really know what you have to do as a driver, especially when you're in heat 1, because it's nothing's really happened yet, and so no scores are on the board. But if you give yourself a target as an individual of a top 10 each time, you should be fine. But if you're a driver like Keithley and Yuyovsky in this field, you'd expect to at least be in the top 10. And so I can imagine they're both pretty displeased to have fallen outside of it there.
So we are working on those technical issues, by the way, so just bear with us, flipping around some of the servers in the background that we will be using. And hopefully that will resolve things for us through the rest of the night. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary here for the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Still 2 more heat races left for us to go, and we're hoping that we can grab a word with Heat 1 winner Gabriel Salomon if he comes and joins us. However, for the time being, let's grab a look at the entry list for Heat number 2, and I'm immediately going to call out Charlie Crossland because Rafa ERA Esports by EMM have started the night out strong. Can he continue that momentum forward? But keep an eye out for Ate Kaupen as well, Rainer Talvar, 2 iRacing specialists there. Francis McGinn, someone who I think we should watch out for, adaptable in his nature, but also only 2 Veloce drivers here tonight, so he has got to get the job done, Ewan. Otherwise, Veloce going to the second chance race.
Yeah, and they will be desperate to avoid that as well. But there's, some big names in this server as far as iRacing pedigree is concerned, aren't there? Maybe perhaps even more than the previous one, with the likes of Kauppinen and Talvar and Davison and so on. They should be up towards the front, but again, it's not a given that they will be. We just saw it there with Keithley and Yuyovsky. Some big pressure on some of these big teams now after that opening race of the day, but one man who's going to be pleased more than all is Gabriel Solomon, because Coanda need a big day and he's starting them off on the right track.
Absolutely. And I think you had said earlier that they are not contenders when we were talking standings at the start. Am I wrong?
No, I did say that, yeah, and it's recorded, so I did say that.
The proof's in the tape, as it were. Again, apologies for those technical issues. I know it's not easy to experience. It's also not easy to commentate off, if you can imagine, by any means. But we should hopefully have that all resolved for the rest of the evening. Let's look at the next stat that's going to scroll along the bottom of the screen. We've had 3 events in the ERL so far. Oh, it disappeared on us, but I think that was about to say 18 different drivers have won races.
Feels low to you. Does it not feel low to you? I guess when you knock drivers out each time, it prevents you from getting different winners all the time, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know, that feels a little bit lower than what I would expect to see.
Nicholas Hauben has set the fastest lap 3 times, more than anyone else. I think that one kind of works for me. He's been consistent, that's for sure.
It's been all about Team Nitro so far, hasn't it? Really, as far as good results have gone. You'd expect them to do well on ACC, but to back that up on LMU and then be pretty solid GT7, getting pretty much all they can, is very, very good indeed. And I've been watching these scrolling past, by the way. A lot of the individual ones anyway, are compliments to Team Nitro drivers.
I think that tells you a lot. Let's have a quick chat with the winner of heat number 1, Gabriel Salomon, for Coanda Esports in that purple and orange Ford Mustang Supercar. And Gabriel, I've got to ask you, how many laps had you done in the Supercar before preparing for this event?
Well, I bought the Supercar for this event, so not many.
Well, and tell me, I guess, a little bit about the race itself. Got the start relatively decently, and then from there, you and Kevo really didn't put each other under too much pressure, it seemed like.
Like the standing start was definitely really good. It was a bit aggressive from my side, so I had some wheel spin, which hurt me a bit in the later stages of the race. But I think also from Kevin, there's no real reason to battle. It's the first heat. At this point, we just need some points to make sure that we don't end up in the second chance. And we were pretty far away from everyone else, so it was just looking out for your tires, drive smooth, no mistakes, and then get the points for the team.
How important are you viewing this as a team for Coanda? Because it's not been the best start to the season. 10th in the standings currently. Just what kind of a day are you guys sort of expecting to need to have, if you like, to get anywhere near the top 4 by the end?
We definitely need to have a good round. We also kind of expect to have a pretty decent round. This is our sim. We are mainly on iRacing, so we also expect it to do fairly well, which this is a pretty good start. So yeah, that's
Well, congratulations on the win, Gabriel. We'll see you later on tonight.
Thank you. See you.
We'll continue to scroll some of those stats below. We're not underway for qualifying just yet. Practice as we jump into that new server. But Ewan, I'm excited about the second heat race and seeing how this one goes, especially, like I said, here's Francis McGinn, the only remaining representative for Veloce. It's kind of do or die.
Yeah, you would say so. For so many of these teams, it is. And just to give you an insight, by the way, a bit further down, there are already teams who are technically out of the season as well, though they're, of course, a long way down and haven't got very many points. There are some teams who are in the situation where they will be out if they don't do well today, and they'll put Coanda in that category. I'll put Veloce Frustmaster as well, we're seeing here in that category as well. I think they, like many drivers in ERL this season, didn't really have the drivers for GT7. Now, I think it's a great inclusion to this championship this time around, having GT7 here. It's so different to the other sims that that's why I'm enjoying having it here, to be honest, because of that difference. But unfortunately for some teams, it has really held them back, like Veloce Frustmaster, who maybe with hindsight should have done a bit better on ATC. Hayden Walshingham won his heat from memory in that first round of the championship, and so he really could have. But when you're relying on one person like that, it's very difficult. So yeah, maybe with hindsight they could have done a bit better there. But as I say, absolutely do or die for Francis McGinn here. Has to do well, and that kind of pressure isn't helpful really when you're starting one of these races.
Yeah, no. Great look from up above. There's lots of great racetracks, to be fair, in Australia, and to now have iRacing start putting an increased focus on scanning some of those tracks is great to see. So hopefully some more great tracks to come to the service soon. The three choices on the track vote were Phillip Island, which we've seen before in the ERL, The Bend, which is relatively new to iRacing, has about 20 billion thousand combinations to pick from as well. And then here at Oran Park, and this was by far the majority. I think only one solitary vote, maybe in sympathy, Ewan, that was cast for The Bend.
It's a bit harsh, isn't it? I can't believe nobody likes it. I guess this is mainly, it's not a very Australian field, is it? Which probably doesn't help The Bend's case, but I can't believe nobody would have gone for it. As you say, there's so many different layouts, and I actually think if I'm allowed to talk about real world Fiat Supercars, I think they picked the wrong one, to be honest, for when they race there. But anyway, I'm not sure which one we would have gone for. I didn't look into it that much because I saw it was Oran Park and just left it at that, because there's not going to be a different layout of this circuit.
Yes, no. Of all the layouts that you could pick at Oran Park, there's only one that makes sense for the cars as big and powerful as these. Off to turn one goes Alexander Davidson, already a decent result for World Sim Racing, one top 10 finish in heat number 1. Unwinds the steering out of Coca-Cola corner, onto the brakes into Shell corner, and can watch it's not really a curb on the inside that you've got there. It's almost like a berm, as they would describe it in dirt racing. You very much have to respect the track here. It gives you what it has and nothing else. Over the top of the bridge and into the middle sector.
Yeah, Davidson, you just have to say, one of the favourites here tonight for this heat. Working his way now, so making this right-hander one, if you like, double apexed, and then that slight bend to the left out of the corner. Now, proper left-hander, don't go too far over the inside here. No anti-cut curves. This circuit was demolished before those, and so you've got to be very careful as far as off-tracks go. Now down the hill, very short straight and towards the final corner. Just got to keep tight to and get straight as soon as possible so you can fire towards the line and get close to the wall as well for the end of the lap. It's not a 1:02.8. There you go, 6.5. That is not bad.
Yeah, excuse our timing. It's going to have a couple of blinks here and there at a slightly unusual track, but that is a good lap time from Marcel Cinczyk, but pipped by Darius Andre by 26 thousandths of a second. 7 drivers covered by a 1/10 of a second. Koke Lopez late to join the session. He's going to be one of the last drivers to set a lap time in. He knows what the benchmark is, and what he's trying to beat.
Yeah, he does. I'm not sure that's much of a help in a session like this. He goes over the line, and it is coming through.
He's starting now.
Oh, he's starting. Sorry, I thought he was ending now. Sorry. He is starting another lap. So, as you say, really did join late. But the pressure will be absolutely on him. As I say, I'm not sure it is any help, really, knowing what time you actually need to achieve. Can only be demoralising, to be honest, if pole is quicker than you were expecting. But this is a high-stakes lap for TC Esports season, you could argue.
Absolutely. Keithley, by the way, is going to be given a healthy smack of penalty points. I've been told 8, which is the highest number we've been seeing handed down all season long, as down through the Foster's dip and in towards Momo Corner. Only in Australia do you get corners named after beer companies, but it is a Queen's set. That's true, actually, and England. There's one corner name at Snetterton in my mind, which if we said on broadcast, anywhere other than Snetterton might get us in trouble. Yes, out of the final corner, decent lap, but scruffy for Koke Lopez.
I'm not sure this is going to be anywhere near the top 10 to be, well, maybe top 10. No, it isn't. 15th. As you mentioned, there's so many times within a 10th of Darius Andre, who has taken pole here. Koke Lopez is going to be 15th, and with a lot of work to do. And suddenly TC Esports are going to be having to make their preparations for a second chance race, unless Lopez can make up some places in the race. And we didn't see many places being made up in the race last time out, so that could be a lowly finish for Lopez, really.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's got a bit of an uphill task here, and he's got to use now this remaining time, like I said, late to join the session. So use it to really get some final practice in, right? Final opportunity to really suss out what he needs to do from the back. But it is all going to come down to the start as well. If you don't make some headway, you put yourself in a tough position.
Yeah, you certainly do. I wouldn't want to be relying on those overtakes, that is for sure. As Lopez comes out the final corner again, he didn't seem to have much of a reaction when he came over the line there, by the way. So maybe he was either expecting this, or he's just staying very level-headed and thinking, well, I've got a job to do now, and it's from further back in the pack than I would have liked.
And so here's a look at the starting grid. Darius Andre alongside of Marcel Cinczyk, and we're talking thousandths between the field. Delatraz Automotive and then R8G. BS Plus Competition and World Sim Racing Esports. Decent starting spots for them, but Drago Racing and Kawanda Esports, one team needing a slightly better finish, the other already with a first position in the day. Wojciech Fiala for Virtus Pro. He's inside of Dominic Blyer for Williams Sim Racing, with Team Nitro and Visceral Esports the rest of the top 10. Rafa ERA Esports by EMM and Charlie Crossland. Some work to do to back up the effort from Jurane Simoncic, with AIM Santema rolling alongside. Francis McGinn, Veloce Thrustmaster, need to find some positions. Gladius Competitions at 7th row for them. Koke Lopez 15th, with the ERE Race Esports team rolling along in 16th as well. Owls Esports and 0 Point Racing 17th and 18th respectively, with Samantha Tan Racing Esports, Absolute Motorsport, Asluth, and then Quartermass and Customs GT, the 22 cars getting ready to go, Ewan.
And this run down towards turn 1 is going to be absolutely crucial. I was actually very impressed in Heat 1 at how clean it was throughout the first couple of corners. Let's hope it's the same this time around, because with each heat we go on, the stakes get higher. Each time we go on, the top 10 teams, to remind you, are the ones that go through. There'll be plenty of drivers knowing they start this race behind that cut line.
And we'll keep an eye on the point situation, because remember, 10 teams advance directly to the quarterfinals based on the heat standings, and only 2 more teams will join them after traditionally, Ewan, what has been a very hectic second chance race.
Yeah, you would not want to be relying on it at all, because in free heats, you know, you get a fair chance, you get a fair deal, as it were, but you don't really in the second chance, because you've not been good enough through the heats. You have to go for a bit of a lottery, and it feels like every time we've gone through the last chance race in the 3 rounds so far, 2 teams we haven't expected have got out.
Love the look at the RAG livery on this Ford Mustang Supercar. Is that a jump start from Darius Andre? I think it is. It will be the run to the opening corner that sees Chinchik sweep to the outside. And now how hard does Andre defend? You can see the penalty pop up on the left side. Eric Kiye has also been given a penalty for a jump start. Reina Talvar charges up the inside of Ate Kauppinen, trying to grab and hold on to 3rd position through the opening sequence, but a tidy start all things considered, but drama off the line.
Yeah, and needless as well. It's all part of the drama of these standing starts. Just wouldn't happen in rolling starts. You know, the unpredictability that you get, even just in the case of jump starts, is just massively more than what you ever see in the rolling start. So Andre's going to be sent to the back of the field effectively by this, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
It's worse than that, because I think within 3 laps he will be forced to come down to pit lane, so he will be forcibly removed from the lead as a bit of puff of smoke as they head up towards the dogleg, or to give it its full and proper title, the O'Brien Aluminium dogleg corner, and then through Recaro corner. A bit of a gap at the front of the field, drag race off the corner as Victor Wolfson's alongside of Reina Talvar. Now, he doesn't really need to force the issue here. A 1st and a 5th would be enough for Kawanda, but he's going to slide his way alongside, door handle to door handle. A little bit of a comfortable contact on that inside curb, and here comes Alexander Davidson, absolutely locked in.
Oh, Wolfson was aggressive there on the outside line with Reina Talvar, and Davidson's going to try and take positions as a result, but Talvar's going to be riled up by Wolfson on the inside of him there, so he's not going to let that go easily at all. On the inside for the pair of right-handers, and over the top of the bridge here is another right-hander. Of course, it just continues to go and go, and Davidson goes for the cutback instead. Talvar too deep, and here comes Alexander Davidson.
It's a great racetrack for racing. Door slam shut. That was decisive. And now the pole, Dominic Byer, Williams Sim Racing, would be happy enough with effectively 6th, I think, in this second heat race, after Alessandro Bico finished just around the same position. But now 2 laps complete. 1 more lap and Darius Andre is going to be removed from the lead of the race. RAG Marcel Chinchik, after the disappointment for Erhan Yuyovski, Ewan, back on top in heat number 2.
Yeah. Yuyovski putting them in a bit of trouble, but Chinchik, you'd argue, pulling them out of it immediately. One of the things that Yuyovski actually did pretty well from that. He did get a couple of penalty points. I was going to compliment him for not getting any, but he did. So I'll take that back. He's got 2 added to the score. But even so, Chinchik doing a good enough job, you'd imagine, to get them somewhere close to where they need to be. At least it would put them in the hands of the at the final heat, I suppose, and they'll need another good performance there. But yeah, this is a good job from Chinchik so far, as we see Nicholas Huben now just doing what he needs for Team Nitro as well. Classic Team Nitro drive this is in the heats.
I mean, they've just been so solid. I mean, even on Gran Turismo 7, it wasn't their best day out by any means, but there was still some signs that they could have snuck some decent results out of things. So if Hauben can finish here, I think that Team Nitro will be feeling pretty secure in their hopes. There goes Darius Andre. Delatraz Automotive exit stage right and serve that penalty for the jump start. Ate Kauppinen now 2nd behind Marcel Chinchik, Victor Wolfson 3rd. As we continue to ride on board, tire temperature is going to be a talking point, Ewan. Track temperature, relatively cool, so it's not like they have to work that hard. 28 degrees Celsius underneath them.
Yeah, they'd be very pleased to see that at the start of the day, because it could be very, very different indeed. We're in New South Wales, after all, so it's not the warmest place in Australia, but there aren't many cold places, so you'd be a bit worried about that at the start of the day, but especially with this layout. But no such trouble, you wouldn't imagine. It's all effectively down to the drivers and how careful they are with their right foot, which is where so much of the driving of these cars actually takes place, not with the hands, but actually the feet.
No traction control, no ABS. You do have some anti-roll bars front and rear to move in the car, although I think with this fixed setup it might not even be adjustable. Don't quote me on that. Very intense lighting, or mood lighting I should say, for Charlie Crossland, getting him settled in quite nicely. And Rafa ERA, last couple of rounds, have really stepped themselves forward in that championship charge. And knowing that we effectively have a playoff, Ewan, top 4 teams advance to Sim Formula Europe, you're not necessarily needing to be the first team, you just need to be inside of the top 4 to get there.
However, there's only a gap of 6 points from first to fourth anyway, so I think in aiming for the top 4, you might end up winning it if you're not too careful. But as you say, it doesn't really matter. Maybe when we get to Sim Formula Europe, there's going to be some sort of small advantage. It might be like pick which rig you want or something. It's probably not going to be that much of an advantage really, but there probably is going to be something in the way of that. But as you say, it really doesn't matter actually. In as far as the final competition is concerned, and that's a good thing I think for a series like this. I know you don't like playoffs very much in a motorsport context, but for a thing like this, it absolutely works, doesn't it? Send everybody to a final event, and it's effectively the start of a new championship in a LAN format.
Well, I don't mind it in this sort of a format, to be honest, because it's kind of like a Champions League, right, where you have the group stage and then you have the bracket after that. So it's not to say I don't mind a playoff. I mind playoffs as they've been implemented in the NASCAR Cup Series, which is pretty bad. The Supercars playoffs, as Coque Lopez sniff up the inside of Gerard Borel, not quite getting alongside. He'll shove it back up the inside, although that's not going to happen as cover off, maybe a bit retroactively, and in reaction from the car in front. But yeah, the Supercars playoff format has been a bit of an intrigue to me. I haven't hated it, I haven't loved it.
No, I mean, again, it's sort of the same problem that NASCAR have got, really, is that I think V8 Supercars' last championship finale was about 2018 or something, which is not great for the series. And over the first few years of Cup Series, they wouldn't have had a championship finale either if there were no playoffs for about 10 years or something. I was working out the other day, I can't remember what the number was now, but anyway. That's the main problem, isn't it? As much as it's sort of fake and whatever, they are forced into it really because there's too many rounds. I don't want to get rid of any of them, and it's not close, so they're forced to do something about it. But yeah, I agree. I'm being unfair to you by saying you don't like playoffs completely. Just
sorry. I thought Coque was about to drive straight off the road. And no, you're not being unfair, because I am very dismissive of playoffs for the most part, as this is really starting to intensify. And I was wondering, was there anyone behind? And Matthias Leitao has taken advantage of the side-to-side contact. Now, there's touring car racing, then there's that.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure from that angle, seeing it live, whether Lopez didn't give enough room there or Burrow decided, you're not going to get past me. But, well, he did in the end, and Burrow literally loses 2 places. But I can't imagine that Gerard Burrow is very pleased about that. Coque Lopez was pushing again and again and again. You can imagine him getting frustrated. There's just not the time in this race to really make up the places. He's still stuck down in 15th. TC Esports are going to have to go through the last chance.
This is not ideal. Who is their driver for that race as well? I've got it on a screen in front of me somewhere if I can find it. It would be Abel Torres, who could be their last hope in that third heat race as well. So let's wait and see how he's going to run. Oh, Coque almost slips 2 wheels off into the grass. He is very committed into that braking zone. 2 laps to go.
Again, you can see the battle scars on the front end of that Mustang at the moment. He's constantly getting into the back of that car in front. Although, having said that, there's not many cars back here that don't have any damage because of the rough and tumble racing you see around this circuit. Very, very tight, very, very narrow in a lot of places as well. And of course, hasn't hosted V8 Supercar racing for nearly 2 decades now. Certainly a decade and a half, and certainly didn't host this generation of V8 Supercars, which are a lot faster and a bit bigger than the cars that went round here back in the day.
That is for sure. In the old cars, they'd be entering turn 1 at around 190 kilometers an hour. Marcel Chinchik entered just then closer to 240 kilometers an hour as he sweeps through the opening corner. And by no means an iRacing specialist. I do love the picture that he sent us as well. biting the team shirt of Vitality, who of course R8G represent in R1 competition, and that's where they go next, Ewan. They know they've got momentum, some form on their side, and things are starting to look up. Yeah, they are. Even after Yoyoski's bad first heat here, it's been rescued a little bit by Chinchik, and as you say, having that final round of Rennsport, much like Virtus Pro, they're going to be feeling confident going into the last round as well. But for Chinchik on a sim he's not too used to, certainly compared to some of the others in the world that he drives on a bit more often, this will be a big confidence booster for him to win Heat 2. Although, you know, the drifty nature of this car, it might be somewhat similar to the driving style required on Rennsport. He gets the wiggle going out of the final corner. That's a supercar style celebration for Marcel Chinchik, winner of Heat 2 in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. It's a sign of a driver as well who's confident in what's going on underneath him at the moment, isn't it? Because he's starting to slide that out of the corners, just get a little bit more loose with it. Yeah, he's starting to really feel confident driving this car now, and so that's a good sign for R8G as they continue on with tonight's proceedings. They'll hope that that is enough now, that they don't have to go through the second chance race. Final couple of drivers will come across the line. We've got one final heat to get to. And the great news is our technical issues seemingly resolved, and Marcel Chinchik able to capitalize, grab the victory in front of Kauppinen, with Kawanda surely now through. Comfortable as Victor Wolfson backs up the victory from Salomon with a third, Davidson fourth. Great outing so far for World Sim Racing with BS Plus competition. Williams Sim Racing, Visceral, Team Nitro, Rafa ERA, and Veloce, the top 10. It's going to be very close rather on the cut line as to whether Veloce can make it with their two drivers. Finn Zimbel in front of Wojciech Fiala with Aim Santanama, and then Matthias Leitao, Koke Lopez, Gerard Burrell, Lucas Matea, Thomas Hill, Mike Barber, and Darius Andre all the way down in 20th for the pole sitter, just in front of Miguel Rodriguez and Eric Quille, other one of our drivers who got flagged for jumping the start. Well, that's two heats down, one left to go. Let's grab a quick chat with Marcel Chinchik, winner of that second heat. And Marcel, congratulations. We don't typically think of you as Mr. iRacing, but you're looking quite comfortable to start the night off.
Hello guys, thank you so much. Yes, it started amazing, better than we expected, let's say. So we will try to keep this form in the remaining of the night, but it's gonna be hard for sure because these guys are really fast.
Congrats for me as well, Marcel. Just how much emphasis are you putting on tonight? With Rennsport still to come, you guys must be feeling confident you can get into the top 4. So how much emphasis are you putting on iRacing to sort of, as a secondary to Rennsport coming up the final round?
Probably we were putting quite a lot on this actually, because it's not our main game at all, and personally I didn't even play since years this game, so we had to put a lot of hours, but seems like it's working out. So we're focusing on this, and then on Rennsport also 100%.
I've got to ask qualifying and the start. There's a few unique things about this competition on iRacing, obviously with this V8 supercars. How important is getting that one lap in qualifying done, knowing that you've got to then do the standing start after that?
It was quite hard actually, but I had a really good lap until the last corner, and then I had a bit of understeer there, so I was really angry at myself because I lost like 2 tenths there. So I was thinking it's not gonna be not even in the top 5, but it was enough. And after that, we were practicing quite a lot the standing start, and I was confident that it's gonna be good, and it was even good. So yeah, it was all good.
And how important are you going to imagine qualifying is going to be? Because I know you didn't have to overtake anybody in that race, but how hard do you imagine it's going to be when you have to?
I don't know. Like it's gonna be the same hard, I guess. I would say personally. It was pressure here. It was quite a lot also. It's gonna be the same in the future qualifying also. The next qualifying is also. So I think it's gonna be quite hard. And overtaking on the race, I think it's quite impossible. On the track is quite tight for these cars. So let's see.
Well, congrats, Marcel. We'll talk to you later on tonight as R8G moves forward through the Esports Racing League.
Thank you.
Always great to catch up with the shining and smiling Marcel Chinchik. Let's grab a look at the Heat 3 driver entry list. Ricardo Rico flies the flag for Drago. Keep an eye out for him. Nikitin Wisniewski, by no means an iRacing specialist, but he could potentially still be one to watch. Kamil Grabowski for World Sim Racing Esports, keep an eye out for him for sure. And then Will Chadwick, I think he could be the one alongside of Elliot Veyron at the very front of the field here. Ewan from the Heat 3 list.
Yeah, and I've just looked at the practice standings at the moment, by the way. Will Chadwick has just topped them by a tenth or so of a second. Not sure how much we can read into that, if anything, but yeah, if you're looking for an iRacing driver on that list of a driver on an important team, as far as those going for the top 8 are concerned, then Will Chadwick is one to look at, and there he is, stepping out onto the circuit again for qualifying.
On the heels of a couple of outings in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth as well for Mr. Will Chadwick. Provisional points, by the way, before penalties from Heat 2 have been applied. Ducey, Kawanda, Drago, Williams Sim Racing, Rafa ERA, Team Nitro, WSR Esports, Visceral, Virtus Pro, Veloce, and BS Plus. The 10 teams that are in position to move forward directly into the quarterfinals. R8G do need another strong result here from Yuri Toman if they want to move on directly.
Yeah, and as we said before, you absolutely want to be moving on directly, to be honest, in this kind of a format, because the second chance race is a bit of a lottery at times. Makes it very, very difficult to advance from. So a lot of emphasis has to be put on this final heat of the day, and we're going to be looking, especially trying to work out who's going to be at the top by the end of this, because it's going to be quite hard to work out with the with the penalty points, and obviously with the best 2 only being taken.
So on board with Chadwick, flicked it in about 240 kilometers, all the way down to 75 at the apex of turn 2, third gear, as he runs up towards Shell Corner from 160 down to, again, about 70 kilometers an hour, and still in third gear. A lot of torque, a lot of traction, even in third gear, and you'll ride third all the way through Champion Curve, over the top, as rear end steps out slightly on Chadwick there, over the top of the Yokohama Bridge, and then in towards the Foster's Dip. This is where Marcel was talking about the difficult nature of passing. You can see it here, not many heavy braking zones as he flick it through Momo Corner. And now, for a moment, grab 180 kilometers an hour as you straight line over that chicane. And then an awkward final complex to navigate your way through. Off camber as you put the power down and swing out to the wall. Grab through the gears. 5th now as you cross the line. And Will Chadwick, fastest in practice. Is it fastest in qualifying? 106.385 should be good enough. And it is indeed.
Yeah, you'd imagine it's good enough for him to stay there as well. Bastian Richter about a 10th and a half behind, which is just a bit closer than what he was in practice, but not very much. Rico getting between them as well, just a 10th behind. So some big iRacing names up towards the top there. The likes of Grabowski and Veyron as well. Yuri Toman doing all right for R8G. Of course, when you take their 2 best scores, if R8G have much better final heat, then they could suddenly vault into the top 10 very quickly.
Here comes Enrico Paulino for Customs GT, 108.7. Again, we are seeing a bit of a spread in the times, and there's just one more driver left out on track. It's the GTS 92, the number 100, Mateo Estevez, who's heading under the bridge now, just starting his lap off. Paulino's lap, by the way, did not count, so he did invalidate it at some point, whether that's an off track. There you can see all the power going down, and a little bit uncomfortable in this GTS 92 machine.
Very uncomfortable. Sliding on the way out of the corners almost every time here as he steps on the power. And that's something you've got to just keep control of. As you mentioned, the tyre temperatures and keeping them under control, just so important in these races. And it just wasn't there. When you step on the right foot a bit too heavy, it's impossible to control these cars.
So, Will Chadwick, Rafa ERA looking in a very strong position. You've got to, once again, give the kudos to Team Nitro. Bastian Richter in 3rd. His iRating, 3,700 iRating. That means, Ewan, iRacing thinks I'm a better driver than Bastian Richter because I have more iRating than him. That's how it works, right?
Is that true? I might even have more iRating than 1,300.
No, 3,700.
Oh, 37. Wow, you've got good iRating. Well, it's good by my standards. Wow.
I used to be 4,700, excuse me.
Why has it gone down?
Because I did a few races after I started commentating, and I might have been myself off a few times.
That's a fatal error. We all make it, so join the club. But yeah, that is almost unbelievable. I would have been surprised if it was 1,300. So I misheard you there. 3,700, a bit more respectable. But these kind of events show, don't they, that actually sim racing talent doesn't really matter which sim, really. Obviously, when you get to the top of the top of the top, and the hundredths and thousandths of a second matter, it does. But not really here.
We'll take a look at this grid in a sec. But Ewan, what's your I rating?
About 1,600, I'd say.
Okay, so I'm going to try and figure out who your higher I rated that on this grid. Definitely not Will Chadwick, who will lead us to the green with a 106.385. He's got Ricardo Rico to his outside, and then Bastian Richter tucked up directly behind him. Mikhail Statsenko, it's been a good day so far for Virtus Pro. Can he continue that momentum with Kamil Grabowski? And then Elliot Veyron for World Sim Racing and Coanda completing the top 6. R8G and Yuri Toman then behind, with Abel Torres for TC Esports needing to run well without issue. Tinko van der Velde for Williams Sim Racing, only 2,300 I rating, but still higher than Ewan, is on the edge of the top 10 with ERE Race Esport Team, and Tommy Rizzeri for Company. Thomas Ribeiro for 0 Point Racing is in 11th. Arif Mohammed Ali for Visceral is 12th, with Samantha Town Racing Esports 13th, and then Delatraz Automotive frustrated for doubt with the jump start penalty, but back in 14th for heat number 3. BS Plus competition, and Nikitin Wisniewski 15th with Rick Van Earl and Referox Esports alongside Lucas Schubeck in Gladius Competitions, and Alz Esports on the 9th row of the starting formation with Quatermass and Absolute Motorsport rounding out the top 20. United Sim Team and then GTS 92 on the 11th row of the grid with Customs GT by themselves. 23 cars ready to roll, 9 more laps, and then Ewan, just our second chance race before the quarterfinals, have our grid set.
Yeah, so a lot of maths for us to do throughout this race. We already know 10 teams, or at least at the front of the field, their scores can't be any lower. So can any other teams get sort of below that and get up into that top 10? In terms of teams you'd be looking from the outside in, RHG would certainly be one of those. But of those up towards the front, TC Esports have had a terrible day so far. They may have already resigned themselves to the fact that they will have to go through the second chance qualifier, because they're currently 23rd out of 23.
Now there will be a maximum of 14 teams ever in a second chance race. That means a maximum of 14 drivers. Does that mean the chaos would be any less? I have a sneaking suspicion the answer to that is a firm and resounding no. Eyes to the lights as Will Chadwick alongside of Ricardo Rico. Third and final heat here in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Is go from Oran Park. Good start from Chadwick. Terrible start from Statsenko. Virtus Pro parked on that inside line. He'll drop outside of the top 6, that's for sure, as they flick the car in at around 200 kilometers an hour through turn 1. Rico holds on to second. Big send. Oh, can Grabowski hold on? He clattered the inside curb, and they just about get through safely. Statsenko down to 9th. Terrible start. His fight back starts now.
Yeah, it will absolutely have to, because this is right in the midfield now, and he's behind a couple of battling drivers, Toman and Razier as well. Toman has come out on top in that one, and Statsenko couldn't follow through, so he's down to 9th as off goes Martin Mergley for the Delatraz Automotive team. Again, these are teams down at the back you'd expect to be having to go through the last chance.
I know Fonta Garcia also got mixed up back at the tail end of the field now as we sweep out through the dogleg. One final corner to go, and Will Chadwick showing his strength. 1 second clear at the front of the field. Your tires only need to go 9 laps. You might as well take the most of them, as Ricardo Rico in the rearview mirrors watches Bastian Richter and the rest. Here's a look at the race spot replay as BS Plus just turned, and further chaos. Really not much that Martin could have done in that situation.
No, it's just in the midfield there, and again, that's why you want to avoid the last chance race, because what if you're embedded in the midfield through that race and you just get turned through no fault of your own mare? Nothing's going to be able to undo that. So you've got to be very, very wary of that happening again. And unfortunately, some of these drivers will already know that they will have to go through that last chance already. This is further off the start, further up in front. As he says, Statsenko really went nowhere. But some of those around him didn't exactly get off to the best starts either.
No, and Yuri Toman could have taken a lot more advantage. 3 wide as they chuck it in. Very well judged, everybody there. Even 0 Point Racing, yes, right side tires in the gravel, but knowing how crazy these races can be, I think, Ewan, we should be quite impressed with how our teams have taken on the challenge of the race start. Now Elliot Veyron challenging himself to pass Bastian Richter. He doesn't need to make the move here.
And I don't think he will, to be honest. This would be Coanda's worst result so far of the night, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. They've finished in the top 3 in both the heats, and so when you finish 4th and you're the worst out your team, you know you're on for a good day. And Coanda, for the first time this season, I would argue, have had a clean run through the opening heats.
Yep, no, both they and RHG started off on Assetto Corsa Competizione in, well, terrible form. Neither team making it out of the second chance race, and Coanda maybe head in their hands, looking for ways to fight back. Ewan slandered them as being out of contention earlier on today, but these are the sort of performances that put you back in the shout. The problem is, Ewan, Rennsport, a platform where Coanda have experience, yes, but none of their 5 drivers registered for the Esports Racing League have got that much experience. Charlie Collins is the one that you'd think would lead the charge for them in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, he absolutely has to. I think offline, anyway, he has had the best form of anybody in 2025 on Rennsport, in the Rennsport R1 competition offline that happened earlier in 2025 before the World Cup, where they didn't have such a good time, but that's who they're really going to be relying on here in the final rounds. And, you know, when you've got 3 teams, arguably, well, certainly 2 teams who have got extensive experience on Rennsport in the form of Virtus Pro and RHG, and BS Competition, of course, have a team in R1 as well. But, yeah, when 3 of those places are taken up by those experienced teams, you start to look around and think, well, who are we going to beat here? And that could be difficult. It could be difficult for them to beat anybody.
And I guess the thing with Rennsport in particular is, you and I, you know, we were at Sim Racing Expo with the team at Rennsport, so we were talking a lot about the platform, but we were looking at some of the statistics, who's driven the most. And then you had someone like a Kaiki Oliveira, part of the BS Plus competition team, who's driven 200,000 kilometers on the game, the sim, whatever you want to call it. Halfway through the 3rd and final heat of the night, Elliot Veyron still not finding his way through. This 3rd and final heat has also been a lot more, let's call it stable, than Heat 2, Ewan, where there was a lot more chopping and changing, a lot more passing happening on track.
Yeah, and I think that's because a lot of the guys at the front are realising that battles at this stage are only going to give them penalty points for these heats, and otherwise they're not going to be knocked out at this stage of the competition. I mean, the top 4, I would say, probably already know that they're through, maybe more than that. But when you're further down, maybe accepting a little bit the fact you'll be going through the second chance, because you just can't make up very many places at this circuit. You've got to do most of the racing in qualifying. Really, you've got to qualify well, otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult.
Mac Backham has slid into my DMs, which is always a pleasant thing, but specifically to tell me, Ewan, that Gabriel Salomon did do the full R1 season earlier this year. I thought you'd know that.
Did he?
Shows how much attention you paid.
Oh, God, I don't pay any attention, obviously. I mean, that can't come as a shock to you. No, I don't really remember that. I don't really remember that, if I'm totally honest with you. But there you go. You know, my memory's bad anyway, and I don't pay attention. So there you go.
Oh, thank you, Mac, for that moment on this broadcast. Abel Torres is in 6th position. Oh, I don't know if this is enough for TC Esports, but I tell you what, if I'm thinking about that second chance race, the young Abel Torres is the driver I've put forward, I think I'm somewhat confident. I still remember the first time we saw Abel several years ago with Team Fordzilla at the young, and there's many ages that are young, but 13 years young in sim racing, that is young.
Yes, it certainly is. Although I keep saying it all the time, They seem to get younger and younger and younger, these sim racers, as they begin getting good. Remember when I was that age, I was absolutely atrocious. But there you go. They start from young, and they just get better and better and better. And it's the new shape of the sim racing scene, isn't it? Really, it's looks like unfortunately for TC Esports though, whatever it does here, it's not going to be anywhere near enough. Just in 6th place at the moment, and a very, very long way back.
I want to give a shout out though to the TC team. Javier Guerrera leading the charge on many a front, but alongside of the likes of Daniela Haddad, Koke Lopez is kind of helping on the esports team management side of things as well. They've just announced they're expanding their real world racing program to include a Euro Cup 3 car in 2026, so continuing to grow the Thibaut Courtois racing operations, and Thibaut loving his sim racing, it would seem, loving the real racing world as well. As look how committed they are. Through the dogleg up towards the line, 2 more laps left to go. Will Abel Torres fight his way past former Williams Sim Racing Academy driver Kamil Grabowski? He's lost a bit of ground to Elliot Veyron, up in 4th position.
Yeah. And we start to see these throughout the races, actually, when it just gets a little bit tighter, when these battles start to continue on. The driver in front also loses a bit of time to those groups, and so generally they seem to be qualifying where they should be racing, but you see those kind of battles an awful lot in these races so far, as Luke Monroe loses some places down in 21st. Just been sent some Felix van Delft maths for the first time tonight, by the way. That says that BS and Veloce are currently tied for 10th, because RHG would move into the top 10, but nobody else. And BS Plus would miss out based on penalty points as it stands.
And that's where, actually, it's probably for the best that Veloce don't have a 3rd driver, because as we get a glorious camera angle.
Oh,
Jack.
nice.
I mean, this is one of the best camera angles I've ever seen in my sim racing days. But yeah, for Veloce, it does really mean that the first 2 drivers did decently enough, right? Top 10 on the board. All they could really do in this race was get themselves in trouble, get penalty points on the board, and that's why Elliot Veyron still, on the final lap of the race, is tucked up behind Bastian Richter as they sweep out through the opening sector.
Yeah, and he's just putting that pressure on. I guess you've got to feel out some of the moves for later as well when you're in this position, because at the moment Nitro and Coanda are going to be comfortably making it through. They're not in any danger at all, even if they both crashed at this stage. So when you're Veyron, you can just feel out some of these moves when they all know that it's going to be so difficult to overtake, like what we've seen here tonight so far. You've just got to try a few things here and there, and that's what Veyron can use these final couple of laps for, but he's been unsuccessful as far as actually making a move is concerned.
What I will say, though, is we are seeing a competition that is wide open at the front. And coming off GT7, where for the first time we had 3 teams in the finals, there's going to be some teams wishing we'd have the same. 3 different teams winning in the heat races. You can't see Will Chadwick as he crosses the line, winner of the 3rd and final heat. Ricardo Rico second. Dead heat between Richter and Veyron, with the Team Nitro machine just about clinging on. And then as Lucas Schubeck in the number 2 for Gladius Competitions. Wisniewski behind, Merning in front. He holds on to 15th, and the rest scramble to the line.
Oh dear, and this is the sort of battling that happened further down the field. Side by side, and 3 wide over the start-finish line here as Luca Monroe tries to get them both, but you're never going to rely on an exit on the run-up towards the line. It's far too short. And they come across the line, all having known that they're going to be in the last chance race. Just 1 change to the top 10 through this one.
And so 9 odd seconds between the top 10. Will Chadwick, Rico, Richter. Podium spots for the 3 of them, with Elliot Veyron, Kamil Grabowski, Abel Torres, Yuri Toman, and then Tommy Razier and Mikhail Statsenko. That poor start doesn't really cost him too much. And then Thomas Ribeiro just behind. In 11th position, Williams Sim Racing, Tinko van der Velde, with R. Muhammad Ali for Visceral 12th. I'll be curious to see if they advance automatically, just in front of Rick Van Earl, with Samantha Tan Racing, Esports Gladius Competitions, BS Delatrouse Automotive, GTS 92, Quartermass Motorsport, United Sim Team, and then just a handful more. the Absolute Motorsport, the Customs GT, and Owls Esports entries. And if you're just joining us, you missed us talking about the format earlier on today. Our 3 heats done, 10 teams will move forward directly to the quarterfinals. We've got a second chance race to get to. We'll have the results confirmed from race control, our grid set in just a few moments. Let's catch up with Will Chadwick though. And Will, what a blinder of a race from you, from pole to victory. And we couldn't see you as you crossed the line as well. But how important are these race starts? Obviously unique to the Esports Racing League. Standing starts here on iRacing.
Yeah, I think something that we realized, or I realized, and Oleg, our engineers, helped us with, is that there's so much in them in terms of like how much time you can gain. Like even my start there was like 0.2, 0.3 off what you can do in terms of like a 0 to 60 time. So there's a lot of room to not only gain positions but lose a lot. Like you can really easily lose like a second off the start. So we've spent a good like hour, maybe 2 hours practicing starts as a team. Like seriously, like just that dedicated, because we know how hard it is. And I think the guys before me took so much pressure off me. I certainly felt like coming into today that I had to perform in this final race to get us through, but I think we were pretty much already qualified by the time they gave it over to me. So, you know, a huge shout out to them, because, you know, they're not even iRacing drivers. So.
How much emphasis do you have to put on qualifying as well? We've seen how difficult it is to overtake back in the pack, but you didn't have to make any in that race. Is that because of qualifying exclusively, and how much of how much of your preparation, went into that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're doing fast lap practice most of the time. We've done a few race runs. Ricardo was very good. I made quite a few mistakes in that race run, but Ricardo was really keeping me honest, especially at the end of the stint. But yeah, we've done majority qualifying practice, getting the maximum pace out of the car. And, you know, I mean, for us as a group, we only switched on to this weather for race day like 15 hours ago. So pretty much last night, because of the weather change late on from what we believed it was going to be running. So ultimately that hasn't affected us, and we're through to the quarterfinals.
You mentioned that bit of adversity, but Will, let's also talk about this form, the charge up through the championship standings. Rafa ERA sits second coming into the night, and I think with this, the round on Rennsport, you must be feeling pretty good about the team's chances of securing a top 4 spot and heading to Sim Formula Europe.
I mean, to be honest, when we put this together, we were like top 10, that's good, you know? So to go to Sim Formula Europe would be a dream for everybody. We make a few jokes in the team that it's like unemployed FC, that we're all here just as a collective, just trying to have fun. You know, Yerne approached me like 3 or 4 months ago saying if we'd like to do this, and we've put it together, and I think we're hitting pretty hard for our collective weight.
Yeah, I certainly agree as well. What's the minimum you have to achieve tonight then for you to walk away pleased before Rennsport?
I was saying just get to the quarters, because ultimately I was targeting iRacing as one of our weakest rounds. Alongside ACC, I think it's challenging. You know, we have Charlie as an ex-ACC professional. We have me as a pro on iRacing. So, you know, that's only 1 out of 3, right? So the other 2 in that lineup are on the back foot. And Yerne's P3 in that first race was incredible. So, yeah. Quarterfinals, we're already happy. Anything more would be a bonus. And let's see. We certainly seem to have enough pace.
Well, thanks for coming and chatting with us. Best of luck for the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Will Chadwick joining us after his victory in the 3rd and final heat. There's a look at the rocket of a start for Elliot Veyron. Clearly, starts have been practiced, and then chaos as Nikitin Wisniewski got tagged, but around went the Delatraz automotive machine. Nothing to be done.
Yeah, Martin Mergley just couldn't do anything about that, unfortunately, and then it settled into a familiar pattern. And Veyron feeling out some moves, because he knew that Commander Esports and Team Nitro were both going to be making it through into those quarterfinals directly. Unfortunately for TC Esports, nothing that Abel Torres could have done, even with a good race himself, could have got them into the last chance. Torres, though, might well be the driver, certainly the one I'd put forward, to be honest, from TC, based on how he's performed so far tonight. This is a little bit further back in the pack, where there seems to have been some quite good racing, actually, while we were looking at the top 10.
Hey, you can blame me or praise me for the choices of tracks in the track vote. The Bend, Oran Park and Phillip Island. It was my call. whether it was good or bad, I'll let you be the judge of that. I think we're in for a fascinating set of races to come. Second chance race is underway in terms of determining who starts where. The results of the heat races determine the starting grid for the second chance race. So the results are being tabulated right now. That's why I keep staring down at the screen so that I can be informed as to when that happens. In the meantime, Ewan, it's time to have some fun. And what that means is to let the serious professional drivers step aside and bring in the staff members. It's time for the staff race. Here's a look at the starting grid. Kawanda Esports and Tiziano Caponio will be up front with Anton Bulatov alongside for Virtus Pro. Nico Wierzbicki and then Ruby Nekomata are on the front row. A couple more drivers, Felix Van Delft and Pranav Kalevala at the back. 8 cars, Ewan, should be some fun.
Yeah, very, very difficult, by the way, for these people who are not pros. As I say, it's a bit like watching us out there, to be honest. Although we'd be worse, I reckon. It's not the easiest of the staff races we've had so far, and sadly no Florian Hasper this time round, which is a bit of a shame, but never mind.
He got here just in time for us to start the broadcast, and not a moment too soon. What a enthralling round of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts, it has been so far. Let's have some fun in the staff races. Off and away they go. Great start from team manager for Virtus Pro. Kawanda going nowhere. And Caponio going to slot back into third and go defensive on the Samantha Tan machine. Now Calavalo's gone nowhere. Visceral Esports jump start potentially, and at the back stationary on the starting formation as they sweep through the opening couple of corners.
Oh dear. Vasil Mihachuda goes around through turn 1, and Caravala's going to be onto it very, very soon here. Oh, and Caponio goes around as well. Tiziano Caponio around in 6th position. Or now 6th position, I should say. I get the feeling, looking at that, there was a bit of contact involved.
And it doesn't take much contact to unsettle these cars by any means. Now, we know that Nico Wierzbicki is quick on iRacing. He was racing just this week in the Indy Next Thrustmaster iRacing qualifying series. I don't know how much iRacing that Tokbulatov has done, to be honest, but he's shown himself off quite well on this opening lap, running some decent defensive lines off the final corner quite well. This is a 9-lap race, much like our heat races as well, so they're going to deal with the same lack of tire grip as our professionals did. As there goes a look from Caponio up the inside.
And just slides the rears through, and there wasn't contact in the end, so my presumption was wrong. Just the way the cars were coming out of that corner there, it looked like one of them had hit him, but no. Oh, off in the background for Caserta, who is in the dirt and the gravel, and Felix Van Delft has moved up to 4th place. Seems like these 3 are the ones to watch, really. Although, again, like for the professionals, I'd imagine Tokbulatov is going to be quite hard to pass here for Wierzbicki.
Yes, no, again, it's not an easy track to pass at with the lack of heavy braking zones to really take advantage of, and that's why I think it's one of my favorite, because it requires unorthodox attempts to pass for the most part, especially when you're closely matched on speed, like we've seen through the course of our various heat races at the very front of the field. No different here in the staff race. It does always help, I think, Ewan, when we watch these staff races, we see the team managers putting in lap times that are actually quite respectable, representable through the field itself. It helps them go to their teams and drivers and go and say, look, I know what I'm talking about, just listen, please.
Yeah. Yeah. I do wonder what it's like being, I've never had a team manager. I wonder what it's like being one of the drivers, seeing your team manager be rubbish or be really good. I wonder if it changes your thoughts on them at all or not. I guess not, because that's not what they're there to do. As Wierzbicki gets a little bit loose there on the entry and slides a bit wide. Caponio is looking to run his way back through the field here, and Felix Van Delft on the defensive for 4th position.
I think, by the way, most of our race control decisions are being wrapped up from the heat, so we're getting closer to knowing our second chance starting grid. There's Felix Van Delft sawing at the wheel as he crests over the Yokohama Bridge. Caponio's got a chance, and surely down into the Foster's dip will slip through. Van Delft's out of line. Oh, no. Bit of contact there with Caserta, and Van Delft hits himself in the head. Was that his fault, Ewan?
I think he was complaining about whoever was alongside him, to be honest. I don't know. I didn't see it again. He just texted me to say that he bought the car 4 minutes before qualifying started, and I told him it was a racing driver's excuse. But he probably has a point. I'm not sure whether he was at fault for that or not. I can't quite tell from live. I don't think he was pleased very much with Caserta. I think he thinks that was Caserta's fault.
It does sound like he's got some racing driver excuses for his drivers. Here's a look at the replay.
You might have a point there. I mean, Caserta's coming through on the racing line, which you can understand, because I would have thought, actually, if I was in his position, that Van Delft would have just given up on the corner there and just sort of run through the grass for a moment. But he actually did his best to make the corner, which is unusual. And so they did make contact in the end.
So, as we're almost halfway through the staff race, only 8 drivers, yes, but always interesting to see the mix of people that we get. Oh, Van Delft maybe driving a little bit heated right now. Oh, he's done good. He's done well to save that one, you know?
Yeah, at least he hasn't gone all the way around and dropped even further, but he's down to 7th now, and I doubt we'll be making any more places before the end, if I'm honest. But we'll wait and see as they get to half distance, as you say. Just showing that actually the professionals, even those who haven't got very much experience on iRacing and so on, are making this look rather easier than it is.
Yes, no, again, I mean, we were watching Elliot Veron in that third heat, the look of focus on his face, the lack of mistakes that he was making. I was jealous, I was impressed, I was just in a bit of awe as to how simple they make this look. How many races, Ewan, have you commentated at this track before?
I think about 2. I can only remember one broadcast, and it had 2 races, so I think that's it.
Okay, well, I only think I've done 1, and I remember it. It was a Next Level Racing elimination event where basically every time we finished the lap, the last person to cross the line would get DQ'd in iRacing, which was great fun, don't get me wrong, but it was chaos. And to be fair, we have not seen similar levels of chaos so far. It's been rather organized.
Yeah, it has, but I think if you knew you were going to be eliminated at the end of the lap if you don't make an overtake, then you do your level best to actually make an overtake. It's an idea for a future race, isn't it?
Oh no, please not again.
No, why don't you want it? That sounds like great fun to me.
Oh, because I was the one both commentating and disqualifying the drivers, so it was crazy.
Well, yeah, but just, get someone else to do it next time, and it'll be a lot of fun.
It's not a bad idea.
I can't imagine this is quite the best venue for it, if I'm honest, but never mind.
Well, as in front of Van Delft, Mihai Tudor snatches the left front. Very easy to lock a brake here as you try and turn the car in. You can often get lots of braking performance in a straight line, but as soon as you start to tip the car in, turn that wheel, you find yourself losing braking performance rather quickly. And in the fight for 6th position now, 3 laps to go at the line. Struggling with the power down in front. Van Delft goes wide.
Oh dear. Well, as soon as you sort of take 1 step forward and you take 2 steps back almost, and again shows that consistency is just so important in these cars and in these races rather than the all-out speed. I can't say I've seen Felix on the grass quite a lot before braking zones, which is not a good idea in any car.
Just trying to throw him under the bus. He's not going to give you any live math calculations, as there he goes. Bit of a drift through the final corner. No harm, no foul.
You kind of got to drive these cars a little bit like that. He knows he's going to be on. Oh, Vizbicki from 2nd goes off.
Oh, and so Samantha Tan racing up to 2nd as Nekomada takes advantage. We may get a fight for 3rd. There comes the Coanda purple and orange.
Yeah. Caponio spun earlier, so you'd imagine he's probably quicker, although, to be fair, Vizbicki's not slow either, and just a mistake has put him down to 3rd, so there may well be a battle in these final couple of laps, but these two look pretty good drivers, to be honest. There's quite a high level here between these two.
Looking off the rear cam, get a great perspective here of all of that undulation, Ewan, as they sweep their way through. Oh, very close as they put the power down to sliding up to that wall. 2 laps to go. The Poles feeling the need to go defensive.
It's a bit of an unusual corner to have to go defensive, but he might have needed to do it more. Caponio up on the curb on the inside trying to get past, but Vizbicki squeezed as much as was possible, and that was quite nicely done through the first couple of corners. Bezbicki then goes wide through turn 3, trying to shove Caponio off, but he just turns underneath him and goes back down the inside at the very hairpin where Bezbicki went off last time. Caponio takes 3rd place off him this time.
Oh, is there going to be a bit of a bumper contact? No, both drivers making it work as they come over the top of the bridge. You could see how much on a pitch that Drago Racing Machine was overcommitting everywhere around the lap, and that's how things got unsettled left sides in the grass.
Yeah. Again, you've got to be so careful about it. Oh, Bezbicki there very nearly got his right side wheels on the grass out while he was braking into the final corner, which if you get wrong, there is a wall to collect you right in front of all those people. So you definitely don't want that. Caponio though with a great move and maybe showing to some of the professionals how they might be able to make an overtake, because we haven't really seen many people attempt it since Heat 1.
But like you said, Ewan, these big commitment through the opening corner. These drivers showing us the difficulty, not an easy combination that our drivers are having to get to grips with here today.
Yeah, it isn't, and you could be blamed for that. Partly.
Yeah.
But I like that it's on the list. We don't see Aaron Parker enough, I don't think so. So I don't mind it at all. And as I said at the start, if you're going to put it on any cars, then why not with these?
And best of all, what it is, Ewan, a free track. Anyone with an iRacing subscription doesn't need to pony up $14.95. No, this included in the cost of your iRacing sub. Here comes Virtus Pro. Big slide as Anton Tokbalatov celebrates winner of the team staff race here in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. And look at that gap back to the rest. Here still comes some fights. Big slide in front of Van Delft.
Yeah, and I think he was slowing down there as he saw the smoke just to make sure he didn't pile into an accident. But given this is the last lap and it's a bit of a fun race, I'd imagine he's going to absolutely send this into the final corner. I'm hoping he does anyway, as Miao Tudor makes the mistake and is under pressure. Here we go. No, too far back. That would have been a bit suicidal. He pushes wide anyway. Van Delft gets to the inside, but as I mentioned, that run to the line is far too short.
You could see how much he was working there as well. Hands up in sight. I don't think that's real frustration by any means. If you bought the car 5 minutes before, it's a solid effort, in my opinion.
Expensive race.
Expensive race, but that's what the team budget's for. Quick look at our results, as our margins is what I'm most curious about. Poor Pranav Kalevala, jump start for him. Never really got to see much more from the Visceral Esports team manager. But everyone else, big thank you to them for participating, and always appreciate them spending some of their time to give us some entertainment as we wait for the second chance race. Yeah, well, all the points are being calculated and everything's being finalised at the end of the heats. It's great to watch the staff race, because for me anyway, it just gives a bit more of a taste of reality and a reminder of what reality is like, because it's it's so easy to watch the professionals do this and think, well, this is just impossible. Or rather, as in to get on their speed, but also in terms of how they drive, you think it looks easy, but then the staff come on and sometimes it doesn't quite look so easy. Well, I tell you what, since we do have a bit of a delay right now, why don't I confirm to you the teams that will be in the second chance race, now that I have what I believe is the confirmed grid in front of me. It's going to be Reina Talvar. That represents BS Competition. He'll be at the front, Ewan, and then ERE Race Esport team alongside. The Referox Esports team then third, with Delatraz Automotive fourth, 0 Point Racing in fifth. Here we can see the results on the day so far. Look how close it was. Veloce and BS Plus tied on points. It's penalty points that's the tiebreaker. And so behind them, Delatraz, 0 Point, Gladius, TC Esports, Samantha Tan, United Sim Team, Quartermass, Customs GT, GTS 92, Owls Esports, and Absolute Motorsport Asleth. But look at where TC Esports are in that. In terms of where they're starting, of course, don't forget that's how they're going to start as well at the beginning of this second chance race. That is right in the midfield, and they're going to have to make up, 5 places or so, 5 overtakes. That's going to be very, very difficult to do in 9 laps, unless there's trouble in front of them, which there could well be. But BS Competition and TC Esports are the 2 of the top 8 I circled at the start of the day as those in contention here for those positions. And at the moment,
it's TC Esports who are the ones in biggest trouble.
RHG will be relieved that Erhan Yovski's slip up in the opening heat. No fault of his own, just to be clear. I'm not placing any blame on him by saying that, but hasn't cost them too much. A couple of penalty points went their way as well. Hasn't impacted the case. It was indeed 8 penalty points for TC. Removing those wouldn't have equalized things by any means. So second chance race will be on us momentarily. They don't qualify. They go straight into the racing itself. And that's where I think drivers don't have to switch gears. Don't have to switch themselves on you, and first for qualifying and then for the race.
Yeah, they've got to be focused right from that practice session right into the actual race itself. And again, walking these cars off the line going to be absolutely crucial for this race, because you don't really get a warm up to it at all. But let's see how they get on in this race. For BS competition at the front, it's about walking the car off the line and just getting to the end safely and inside those quarterfinals, because that's a solid day as far as BS competition are concerned, and they may feel that they've got one foot in the final four if they can indeed do that here in these next 9 laps.
I look once again at this pit straight. Doesn't look like a major motorsports venue when you see that pit entry, and it looks old school in nature, and it looks very, very sketchy in some places.
Yeah, well, it is old school in nature, and it is sketchy. We've only seen Darius Andre have to come in. We've only watched him come in so far. It's hard to believe, isn't it, looking at that any sort of V8 Supercar style size car ever used to even fit down there, because it's so narrow through there. But yeah, they did indeed used to fit around here, and indeed down that pit lane. The best lap time ever achieved around here, by the way, was in a 108.0. We're well in the mid to low 6s here in qualifying these days. But yeah, in 1999 they were doing low 8s and never went quicker than that around here until V8 Supercar racing at this circuit ceased in 2008, just a couple of years before this circuit sadly was taken on to a new, what's the word? It was given a new purpose, and that's not to go race cars around anymore.
It was put out to pastures new, quite literally. Pastures being apartment buildings.
Yeah.
The second chance server has just gone up. Sorry, I'm still getting messages, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But I think we've got a few minutes here, Ewan. Exciting racing through the heats, that's for sure. And now things only get more intense.
Yeah, I think what we saw so far, especially in that first heat, was maybe a bit of a precursor to what we could have had so far here tonight. A bit of defending, and as I mentioned earlier, once you get side by side in these cars, it's easy to stay side by side as well. But unfortunately, second heat, third heat especially, we didn't really ever see that begin. So hopefully in these second chance, where more will be on the line, and then definitely in the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then the final eventually as well, we'll see a little bit more in the way of side-by-side racing. And yeah, that's going to be very interesting to watch when it eventually happens.
Absolutely. And if you've never watched V8 Supercars, by the way, there is a lot happening behind the scenes. They have this new generation of car, but driver and team shakeups. It's never been a better time to get watching. And I'm very, very excited about the future of what's happening in the world of supercars. Next up, we're racing the Praga R1 Ewan on Rennsport. So again, we're back down to something a little bit more downforce related. Kind of similar to the LMP2 car we ran earlier this year.
Yeah, it is in a way, and I like that selection as well, because obviously the R1 drivers would have a massive advantage if they were allowed to go in the GT3s that they've been racing for nearly 3 years now in major competitions. Almost an unfair advantage, you would say, although of course it's not unfair. It just would feel as much. But yeah, I can't imagine they've done very much driving in the Praga. They will still have that knowledge of the sim and the physics of how it works, and you do get that sort of residual knowledge that you're not really aware that you're gaining, but you are gaining it, and that will give them a little bit of an advantage, a little bit of a leg up in that sense. However, it's good that we've got a different car, I think, because that just makes things a little bit more complicated for them and gives the others a bit of a chance when learning a new sim, as I'd imagine a lot of them will be.
Yes, exactly. And I guess even for the drivers with lots of experience, the release build of Wrenchport coming soon. And so maybe some slight physics updates. Yes, a car they haven't raced that very much as well. And then we got to wonder what tracks we go racing at. There's a somewhat limited selection on Wrenchport, about 14 to pick from. But there are a couple of fantasy tracks that could very well be used. Here we go, ready to go almost for the second chance race, as you and the drivers get their final moments of practice before getting sent to the grid.
Yeah, of course, I nearly forgot that they don't have a qualifying session coming up, but of course they've got a grid that will be coming up very, very soon, based on where they finished in the heat races. And as I mentioned before, TC Esports with a mountain to climb. Otherwise, they will be out here at the earlier stage of the competition. And they will go from 1 point behind the top 4, as they are at the start of the day, to somewhere closer to 10, probably more than 10. And that puts a lot of pressure on them going into Rennsport for the final time, although they do have some drivers with Rennsport experience, like Torlashi and so on.
It's another 9-lap race coming up, not extending the timeout just yet. The races do get longer when we advance into the quarterfinals. That will be 11 laps, semifinals 13 laps, before we send 2 teams out to battle 3 versus 3, 7 laps apiece for a best of 3 matchup. We've only needed 2 of those races in our events so far to open up the season. Here's a look at the starting grid. Reina Talvar and Tommy Razier in the best spots possible, but with the rest of the field looking to hunt them down. Rick Van Earl, Darius Andre right behind them. Thomas Ribeiro. Finn Zimbel, 5th and 6th positions. 7th for Abel Torres. Keep an eye out for him, with Michael Merning, Sarah Dove, Jack Pittas, Miguel Rodriguez, and then Federico Cervi, Fonte Garcia, and Luca Gagliardini at the tail end of the 14-car queue. And even though only 2 advance, Ewan, there are some teams here still wanting to end the ERL season on a high, maybe not thinking about their spot in the final 4. Their championship points are determined by the result of the second chance race.
Yeah, and so even if you don't make it, as you say, you want to be as far up the field as possible. Not forgetting, of course, spoken about the big teams of BS competition and TC Esports being in here, but Darius Andre got pole in his seat, don't forget, he's starting 4th.
Will he avoid a jump start this time around? On the outside sits the pole sitter, as the rear tires smoke, and off and away we go for the second chance race. It's even between the 2 leaders on the front row. Darius Andre is indeed clear in the fight for 3rd, and Abel Torres has chopped the nose off Rick Van Earl as they flick to the left and onto the brakes into turn 2. Andre's going to have a peek here. He'll be on the outside as they head to Shell Corner, and rubbing door handles in the fight for 2nd. The transfer spot up for grabs, and Abel Torres sits in the way and waits in the wings.
Oh, and he's going to have to strike now. Oh, and Andre knew it. Darius Andre tries to defend, and there's contact. Oh, he's taken 2 of them out. Torres gets into the first of them, Andre, who gets into Reserve, who spins around as well. Oh, my word, that's going to be looked at by race control, and it might not be looked on favourably to the TC Esports driver.
Oh, and now Absolute Motorsport put the power down and lose the rear end. There's cars in the grass as Darius Andre's day is going from bad to worse, battling now with Michael Merning on the outside, or is that Federico Cervi with Merning alongside of him? Through the dogleg, surely not. And he's going to have to slow down there. That will be a cut course, and it will pack the field back up here at the tail end. Abel Torres, I agree with you there, Ewan. That was the most sim racer of sim racery moves. First from Andre to be reactionary on the defense, and then from Torres to be committed on the send. Nonetheless, second lap begins, and Reina Talvar's clear at the front.
But, you know, in a moral sense, I don't blame either of them for doing it, because they knew the stakes, we knew the stakes. That pass there perhaps decides who goes through and who doesn't. If Torres backs out of that there, then he's got 2 overtakes to make, and everybody's single file, and suddenly it's very difficult. Andre knows that if he gets pushed to 4th, it could be worse than that, and he's never going to get back to 2nd, so he knows he has to do everything to defend, and Abel Torres knows he has to do absolutely everything to overtake as well, so I don't blame either of them for doing it. Whether you blame either of them for the actual move itself remains to be seen, but Torres, the instigator there, the one making the move, might well be the one who finds himself in most trouble.
And that might mean that 0 Point Racing, who are only making their second start in the Esports Racing League, they joined us mid-season, could have very well find themselves in a position to advance into the quarterfinals. Not thinking they'll need to be too aggressive now. It's the penalty points that could end up being key. Finn Zimbel for Gladius Competitions. They had a great start to the season on Assetto Corsa Competizione, they're fourth. The Reeferox Esports team, who had a great outing on Gran Turismo, they're fifth. Jack Pittas for Quatermass then sixth. Andre down in seventh. Chervi Razier from second to ninth. How that will frustrate him, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not his fault either, just taken out in that one. And that was what I was mentioning about wanting to avoid this second chance race anyway, because it may not be your fault. An incident that you get involved in might not be your fault, but that doesn't matter. You may still get taken out in it. And as much as the instigator of the incident itself may well get a penalty, it doesn't repair your day. And unfortunately, it looks like they're going to have an early end and exit at the earliest opportunity here, which is a real shame.
Running out of time in this race, that is for sure. As in the fight for 8th position, increasing pressure starting to build up here. High and wide, off the line potentially. Coming towards the start-finish stripe as Federico Cervi watches as Tommy Razier slides up the inside and try and open up the corner and cut back underneath. It's too short a run down into the braking zone to really fight back there. Sen from behind sees Michael Merning drive off, rather Fonte Garcia drive off the track. But at the front, Abel Torres has closed on Raider Talvar. Keep an eye out for a fight here.
That's the disappointing thing as well for Torres, isn't it? That he's just very quick too. And, you know, he may not be able to make the pass on Talvar, he may not need to, whatever. It's going to be, it looks like these two either getting through or definitely not, with TC Esports getting a penalty, at which point it just won't matter what happens between this battle. But yeah, as I say, really disappointing that Abo Torres, first of all, got into his heat knowing that TC Esports would be out anyway because of his teammates, and then second of all, getting into the second chance and seeing that come to an end very, very quickly as well.
I do like the penalty system in play for the Esports Racing League, because traditionally you'd give, what, a 5-second penalty? And even in a race like this, Abel Torres might be able to recover 5 seconds, whereas the penalty points, it's much more definitive, it's much more impactful. That was Darius Andre finding that a slip into the gravel is not as impactful as it can be if you keep it calm and under control. Shoves it back up the inside of Pittas with an absolute send from another state right now, and as he pinches on the run up into the right-hander that leads you to the bridge, holds on to 7th.
Yeah, so again, Darius Andre very much in a similar situation of being just put too far back, and he's going to be absolutely furious with himself that he jumped the start on that heat, because he got pole in heat 2 tonight. He could have gone on to win, but no, he got that penalty, and he's found himself in this race, which he too has not been able to get out of.
Back to the line. I'm just looking to see if Race Control have made a decision. They are investigating the contact. They haven't made their final determination just yet, as look at focus, intensity on Rainer Talvar, who is an iRacing specialist, but I think it would be argued more of a GT3 specialist than a V8 supercar specialist, and both may be somewhat sports car related, but very different the way that you drive it, being very calm, very tentative with the inputs right now. Surely is aware of the situation, though. If I'm Felix van Delft, I'm the team manager for the day, I'm telling Rainer, you know what, next time down the pit straight, if you want to let him go, feel free.
Yeah, very much so, because in this scenario, he can only lose, you know, in a battle with Abo Torres in terms of a bit of contact sends them off, and suddenly they're outside the top 2 as well, and they're out at the earliest chance. Just getting through to the quarterfinals, I think, for BS is just the position that they needed to be in, and at the moment that is being achieved, unless Torres does anything here. So I think you're right, they should tell him to move over, but for the moment they are not doing that, and are happy to let him race with Abo Torres.
It is official, by the way, 2 penalty points for Torres and for TC Esports, and so that will mean that no matter what he does, unless Ribeiro gets a penalty point as well, in which case that would allow Torres to win this race and advance from that spot. It is going to be a lost cause as he works at that wheel. Head into the clouds for a moment as Darius Andre recovers back up to 5th position. Still a little bit too little too late for a team that has won multiple iRacing special event top splits this year. Most recently, the iRacing Petit Le Mans and VCO Grand Slam in the LMP2 class, if I remember correctly, Ewan.
Well, you're testing my memory.
I know they definitely won the Indy 6 hours, that's for sure.
Yeah, you were there, but I was there for the Petit Le Mans and I can't remember. So there you go. I remember the front of the race because it's a very memorable battle, but neither of those two teams are in this race. Drago Racing have already made their way through, but there you go. Sorry for that, I just can't remember. But Rick Van Erl had a pretty good chance there. He is in the background. Had a pretty good chance of making his way through to the top 2. Unfortunately, his very slow start was one of the reasons actually that Torres was in that big battle that has ended up getting him 2 penalty points anyway here. And Van Erl going backwards has a bit of a butterfly effect there. It's almost created that situation because he would have been in there as well had he got off to a better start.
I'll answer my own question. Yes, Delatraz did win both the Indy 6 hours and the iRacing Petit Le Mans in the LMP2 class. Yeah, they'll be a bit disappointed. Have not had a poor showing in the Esports Racing League as one of our contender teams, but definitely would have been thinking that this could have been one of the platforms to shine on, even with the slightly awkward choice of car. 1 lap to go. I'm starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. Yes, Reina Talvar's not done anything wrong. Abel Torres has been calm behind. There's one more tripper on Oran Park and a spot in the quarterfinals that could be determined here. Talvar looking to hold on. Torres knows penalty points will see him go out here tonight.
Yeah, he needs a miracle. At the moment, he needs Ribeiro and Zimbo to get penalties from somewhere, somehow. But at the moment, that's not happening. And he's looking for the lead anyway. As you said before, it would be sensible if Talvar got out the way here, but I think his racing driver mind is taking over him at the moment because he really wants to win this race on the road.
Yeah, he would love to at least grab that win, albeit with the penalty points looming over the head. But Talvar, he's done what he needed to, Ewan, has not put a foot wrong even with this pressure from behind.
Yeah, he's been absolutely fantastic. He's just not made any mistake at any stage. Even with Abel Torres right behind, he's shown perhaps the best speed. Look at that, sliding over the chicane for the final time. And indeed, he has a look down the inside as well, but he will not be able to make the pass.
Well, nice to see the judgment there out of the final corner. It will be too little too late for TC Esports, though. BS Plus competition keep their hopes of Sim Formula Europe potentially alive as Reina Talvar advances. And congratulations to 0 Point Racing, who, in only their 2nd appearance in the ERL, have advanced out of the second chance race. And Thomas Ribeiro has brought that bright yellow entry forward as the rest of the cars cross the line behind.
Yeah, that's a great job indeed from 0 Point Racing. Not like they just started in the top 2 and then stayed there either, by the way. They had to come from a few positions back there and did a very good job in doing so as well. So fair play to them in that advancing. They're going to find it very, very difficult, though, I think, in this next round of competition.
Nice attempted drift there to end out proceedings, but it's at least for most of these names, a goodbye. BS Plus and 0 Point move forward, but TC Esports, Gladius Competitions, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, the Quartermass Motorsport team, the Reeferox Esports crew, ERE Race Esport team, GTS 92, Samantha Tan Racing Esports, and then 4 more teams down the tail end of this second chance race. 11th for Owls, 12th for Absolute Motorsport. United Sim Team 13th, only 2 drivers for them, so somewhat limited in their ability to fight. And then Customs GT round out the order. Absolute Motorsport would have been another team maybe expecting a little bit more, but let's grab a chat with Reina Talvar, winner of that second chance race. And Reina, how nervous were you in those closing stages with Abel getting closer and closer and starting to look for the move? Did you know that he had penalty points and wasn't going to be able to advance?
Yeah, Felix obviously told me that he had penalty points, but I was always just betting on the fact that if he gets close enough to go for a super late dive, I'll just turn out of the corner and let him go. But I never saw that in my mirror that he was quite close enough, so I just kept taking the racing line.
Well, I've got to say, you've got calmer nerves than me, because I was nervous watching it. You seem to be very stable in the car. How far do you think BS Competition can go now after this early scare, having to go through the second chance race?
I think if we can put together 2 good qualifyings and then stay alive in the race, then we definitely have a good chance to get into semis. But getting further from that might be a little bit tough, as we don't have proper 2 iRacing specialists. So let's see.
Thanks for the chat, Rainer. We'll talk to you hopefully later on tonight.
Thank you.
He says iRacing specialist, but excuse me, what is he if not an iRacing specialist? Yes, his 2 teammates maybe not specialists by any means. Good start for him though, as the nerves held. Abel Torres, this was the moment that I think defined the entire race, if we're being honest, Ewan. Defensive move from Andre, aggressive move from Torres, and poor Razier caught up as collateral.
Yeah, and it's a real shame when you get someone who wasn't involved in it at all just being taken out like that, which is a real shame. A little bit further back there was some good battles, but unfortunately this didn't matter very much for the overall standing. As you mentioned at the time, Darius Andre going wide there and really not having as much of an effect as you might expect. In fact, the gravel seemed to indeed help him make the corner, but René Talvar was holding on well. Torres putting a lot of pressure on him, and as we both mentioned, why didn't he just get out of the way? Well, he felt that he was never in any danger from Torres. I can't say I felt the same way just watching him, but he clearly stayed calm, and he went on to take the race victory as well. So fair play to him for that. It's a confidence-boosting win, but we'll see if they can get any further tonight now.
Yeah, I don't know what you can say other than watching that send from Torres at the end and say, yes, there was danger. Reynard lives on a different planet is the only thing I can think through that. Just waiting for race control to finish up reviewing. The protest window hasn't officially closed just yet for the second chance race. And so I tell you what we'll do here on the VCO channels is step aside for a couple of moments. When we come back, quarterfinals action here on iRacing in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Welcome back to the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts, the multi-simulator competition to crown the best team across of sim racing, from consoles to computers, from Assetto Corsa to iRacing. We have found ourselves switching machines, switching tracks, and it's now the V8 Supercars, the Ford Mustang current gen machine around Oran Park that you, the fans, have helped us pick. Arjuna Kangipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary, and now Ewan for the first time. All cars from a single team on track at the same time. We found the best 12. It's time to start narrowing down the field even more.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, we've got the best thing, I think, all the best drivers together here as well. They've been separated previously in the heats, so having them all together is going to be exciting in this first the quarterfinal, I should say. Again, qualifying going to be so important, but in practice at the moment, 15 drivers covered by less than 0.2 of a second. It is going to be an extremely close qualifying session and a very important one.
We don't take your company for granted. We wouldn't take your company for granted if you wanted to join us for Sim Formula Europe. Second week of January. Come join us. Tickets are on sale now. Hopefully the big boss Florian is listening, can throw a link into chat if you're going to be in the Maastricht area in Europe and want to come and see some interesting sim racing competitions, including, but not limited to, the Esports Racing League. Come and join us. One lap for qualifying as well. We've talked about this with the drivers already who have come out on top in their heat races, Ewan. But it's very much do or die. There's no bank a lap and then go again. It's one lap. Make sure it counts.
Yeah, we've had it pretty much throughout the ERL competition with a few exceptions. And I think it's been a good thing as well. Puts the pressure on, but it's included these days a bit more often in sim racing. And so you do see people getting better at it a little bit. We do still see mistakes, and it is more likely that you create these really big drama moments, but the best guys, the best of the best, are a lot better at one-shot qualifying these days.
They do a lot of practicing around this sort of stuff, that is for sure, even with the limited practice time that they get, with the track vote being announced just a day or two before each of these rounds. Grabowski tips it in to the opening corner. Look at that line, just inside of the white line. Can't really abuse the curbs too much here. Specific ones that you know you can touch. Everywhere else you are a little bit more tentative. Out of champion curve and right over the crest under the Yokohama Bridge, and then through this crucial middle sector, staying in third gear for all the while, Ewan, but being confident with your choices.
Yes, one of those sections where it's actually unnecessary really to change gear, which is a bit unusual. You do run out of breath a little bit before that final left-hander of the sequence there, which is turn 9. For that run down the hill, you can finally open the taps.
Oh, he's had an off track.
Oh no, look at the frustration as well.
Oh, and he was surely on for a decent lap given the reaction that we saw. Here comes Kawanda, and Elliot Veyron will set the benchmark with a 106.555. It's a good time as well. It's a good quarter of a second clear of Alexander Davidson, but Will Chadwick slaps it clear, 106.355, and it's 7 thousandths quicker than Kevin Ellis Jr.
Just about quick enough for pole, it looks like, as well. We've got 6 different teams in the top 6 as it stands. Isaac Price, René Talbot, Dominic Ply are also involved in all of that. But look, and Ricardo Rico, 7 in the top 7 now. It looks like, though, Chadwick has done enough to take pole here. And suddenly a mid-6 is looking average in this field.
And the reality here is, as a couple more teams insert themselves into the mix, 9 different teams in the top 9, figuring out which 6 teams are going to move forward is going to be very, very difficult. I'll take Kalpanen, makes it 2 Drago cars in the top 8, Kawanda 3rd and 11th respectively as well. Now, can Nicolas Matteo make it 3 Drago cars in the top 15? That would put them in a great spot. Decent first sector, decent middle sector. It all comes down to the drive out of the final corner, maximize the track to the right side, and blast to the line with a 106.684. He's a good 3/10 off, and that's going to see him buried through the field, down in 18th position.
Yeah, only just in the top 20 there. So that's not ideal, but Drago have got 2 of them in the top 10, so that will be okay with Rico, the best of them, up in 4th position. So that's a good start. I see Karppinen, of course, the other, who is in 8th. Hard to say which team is really taking control of that. Maybe Drago have got the least points, as it were, out of everybody, but no team is really taking control there. Coanda have done okay as well, but yeah, nobody properly taking control of this.
Well, 4 drivers with no times: Nicholas Halben, Kamil Grabowski, Charlie Crossland, and Marcel Chinchik. So, my goodness. R8G have Erhan Yayovsky in 29th as well, Yuri Toman in 21st. They are almost, I think, guaranteed to go out as things stand right now. Team Nitro on the back foot slightly as well. And then ERA, Rafa ERA. Yes, Will Chadwick's up front, but Charlie Crossland's got no time. And guess what? Jurnej Simoncic in the heart of the pack in 15th spot. It could not get more difficult than that for them. Only 6 to move forward of the 12 that enter the stage. That is the quarterfinal. And now qualifying officially done and dusted. The drivers will get their marching instructions to head down to the starting grid, where they line up like this: Will Chadwick, Rafa ERA, Esports by EMM, pole position, but just 7 thousandths to the Scotsman Kevin Ellis Jr. Gabriel Salomon inside of Ricardo Rico with just a couple of thousandths through the field at this point. And then Isaac Price for Visceral alongside of Rainer Talvar from second chance race to 6th in the quarterfinal. Dominic Bly for Williams Sim Racing inside of another one of the Drago Racing representatives, Ate Kalpinen, Mikhail Statsenko for Virtus Pro, alongside of Bastian Richter for Team Nitro, and then Elliot Veyron and Wojciech Fiala just miss out on a top 10 starting spot. Victor Wolfson and Alexander Davidson, 13th and 14th, all 3 Coanda cars inside of the top 13. Rafa ERA, second machine, Jurnej Simoncic 15th on the board. Second Visceral machine, all the way back in 16th as well with Marko Pejic. Alessandro Bico is 17th for Williams Sim Racing, with the 3rd and final Drago Racing entry. Mitchie Tauscher for Team Nitro is 19th, with Jake Blackhall rounding out the top 20 for World Sim Racing. R8G 21st is the best of their cars. Francis McGinn rolls alongside for Veloce Thrustmaster, while 0 Point Racing and the other of the Veloce Thrustmaster machines is in 23rd and 24th. Van der Velde Osterman for Williams and BS Plus, Wisniewski and Alif for BS Plus and Visceral. Just before you get to the edge of the top 30 and the final times on the board, Yayovsky and Hill, R8G and 0 Point Racing, DeYoung, Grabowski, Halben, Crossland and Chinchik. Pressure on their shoulders. And we add a couple of minutes onto this race. It's 11 laps that these drivers have got to deal with, Ewan. And there are a couple of teams all the way down the back, not technically, starting on the main straight.
Yeah, it's time around the final corner. That's when you know we're at a small circuit. But this will be the biggest race of the night as far as numbers in the field are concerned. So that's got to be factored in when you're in the midfield. But there are some big teams like R8G and BS Plus who've got a lot of work to do if they want to make it even through to the semi-finals at the end of today.
The 2 best drivers from the team score points. So if a team has only got 2 drivers, it's not a detriment. That 3rd driver could bring in penalty points. The lights will build once again. And Will Chadwick at the front has got 35 supercars at his right foot behind him. Off and away we go. Ellis Jr. equal with Chadwick, who chops across the nose as they head down to the sweeping opening corner. And here comes Gabriel Salomon trying to find a way through with Isaac Price already past Ricardo Rico, albeit in the gravel for a moment. That's going to see the Visceral car drop downwards. On board with Jurnej Simoncic riding right now in 13th spot in the mid-pack, and in the danger zone is Big Send around the outside from Marko Pejic.
Oh, it's contact through the midfield. That's Elliot Veyron going backwards, and here comes Jurnej Simoncic. Needs to go up and try and help Will Chadwick if he can in terms of points, but with Chadwick winning, he doesn't need to do a whole lot here, Simoncic. Just don't get any penalty points. Get yourself in the top 12. That's absolutely what he's done here. Rafa ERA in a good position on lap 1.
Very nicely done from Jurnej there. Navigates his way through the start. Behind him, they're still checked up as Biggs slides from a couple as they send it through in toward the dogleg now. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen more incidences happen down the back. Mitchie Tauscher's at the tail end of the pack now as we ride with Statsenko, 15th on the board, has lost 6 positions from where he started. Still not a bad spot for Virtus Pro with Ellis Jr. up in second.
Yeah, but Ellis Jr. is not going to do anything else from there. I wouldn't imagine he'll stay in second position, and probably rightfully so. Same for Solomon and Rico. Price probably as well. There's not much else he can do from there. But the reason I was exclaiming, by the way, it was almost 3 wide on the run towards turn 9 on that last lap. It was absolutely madness back there, but a lot calmer out front. This is where all the battles are, and these teams who know where they need to make up the pace, and indeed how many in the remainder of this race.
Looking through who's in a good spot. Kawanda, Drago. Kawanda have 3 cars in the top 11. Drago have 2 in the top 8. Team Nitro are in trouble because Tauscher and Halban are 29th and 30th respectively. And the championship leaders could find themselves out of the quarterfinals, and it could be Rafa ERA on the ascendancy. Oh, Alexander Davidson almost completely changes the complexion there, just avoids tagging the tail end of Jurne Simoncic. But I feel here, if you're Simoncic, it might be wise to let the rapid, young Alexander Davidson slip on through. Not at the sweeper, though, that's for sure. Might happen in through turn 2. Simoncic covers the middle.
And he has to. He was under so much pressure, wasn't he, in Heat 1. He was actually criticised for his defending. I don't think he did anything wrong, and I don't think he is here either. So we have a look at what was going on further down. Thomas Hill getting shoulder barred by one of the BS cars. And 0 Point Racing right at the back, unfortunately, as a collective.
That was the 90, I think, so that would have been Osterman, who came in like a wrecking ball. A little bit of bodywork damage on the, I think, left front potentially for Davidson. You can see the bodywork not quite lining up on the front bumper to where it clips onto the rest of the bodywork itself as it rises up to the A-pillar and whatnot. Also, Chinchik's had an issue. He's now running in 31st. Best of the RAG machines is still Yuri Toman in 20th, so RAG are going to potentially drop out of the top 4. I think Simoncic has got to get the message here that you don't really need to fight too much. A 1st and a 13th probably is enough. Davidson's left himself on the outside into turn 2. A bit of hip and shoulder. Biko can't take advantage. It's as you were.
Yeah, don't take any big risk if you're Simoncic here, but I mean, he's kind of got to hold on to this place as there's a WSR spin in the background. That won't matter, I don't think, for their overall score, or will it? Because Alexander Davison is quite high up as far as they're concerned. Moves, and there he is slowing. Satsenko's coming through, Davidson's slowing down.
Oh my days, that is World Sim Racing done and dusted at this point. Davidson, the best place of their machines. He's got Matteo, and then behind him McGinn for Veloce Thrustmaster trying to pick their way through. Where does Marco Pajic find his opportunity? He sweeps past McGinn on the inside. Here's a look at the replay. Was it a slowdown potentially, or what happens? Because, loses the rear end, maybe left rear on the grass, and then as he brings it under control, I mean, that's lucky. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it was left rear on the grass, and that's how he drops small places. Biko got a massive smack there, by the way, as he ran straight into him. So you worry a little bit that Biko's got any damage there, because he and Blyer are their point-scoring drivers as it stands, and I wouldn't say Williams can afford to lose very many places before they start to get into a bit of danger. In fact, I think they need to advance some positions, to be honest, from where they started, and this is not helping. Cinco van der Velde sent around by an RHG at the final corner.
I think that might have been Chinchik, so just frustrations bubbling over for a heat race winner. Things sounded good when we talked to him. Not going to be talking to him for the rest of the night, it would seem. Walshingham and Statsenko are fighting. That could be important, as here's the perspective of Blackhall as he ships himself off into the kiddie litter on the outside of turn 1.
And I think he was the second point-scoring driver at the time. Maybe Grabowski was, but it was pretty close around there. WSR do seem to be out of this as it stands. As there's a move down the inside there into the final turn from can't quite say it's Veloce Thrustmaster on the inside there. The second point-scoring Visceral car, as far as I can work out. So this is important for both of these two. They're both second scorers, and they've got to score well. Side by side in towards turn 1 and 2. Not going to happen here, as RHG sit waiting and watching. Yuri Toman can't do this on his own.
Yes, Wojciech Fiala's the car then tucked up behind. It's very, very close right now, I think, on which 6 will move forward, that is for sure. And what we are also seeing is that outside of the Coanda and maybe Drago outfits, there's not a team which has got all 3 of their drivers firing on form here on iRacing with this car and track combo, as Aiding Walshingham a little bit out of sorts, heading in towards the final section of corners behind Jurne Simoncic. The gap up the road to Victor Wolfson growing to 4.7 seconds as it stands right now. Simoncic putting on a defensive masterclass as we watch Aiding Walshingham, who's been a bit of a shining star through the Esports Racing League so far, Ewan, I think it's fair to say. I talked to him a fair few times.
Yeah, absolutely. I was expecting him to go well at ACC, to be honest, because he is a very good ACC driver, and he was very much flying the flag for Veloce Thrustmaster. Again, when the pressure is on so much on one driver, it is very difficult to perform every single time, and unfortunately a mistake, I think it was in the quarterfinals or semi-finals, meant they couldn't really go quite as far as they maybe would have hoped they could. But that's still their best score, ACC, as you'd expect. At the moment, though, it looks like their competition on iRacing is going to come to an end at the quarterfinal stage as well.
No Dara McCormack, by the way, for Virtus Pro. I was just looking through the driver lineups. There was a change just before the deadline, and Dara, who was planning on racing on all 5 platforms, not going to do so. Hopefully we see him back for Rennsport. Elliot Veyron, high and wide out of the final corner, a little bit out of shape as he sits in the dirty air of Atte Kalpen and Dominic Blyer at the head of this 3-car battle for effectively 7th position for the time being. William Chadwick now almost a full second clear of Kevin Ellis Jr. So I think Ewan kind of read it early doors. The battle at the front, not really a battle. Just stay where you are and grab the result that is on offer. Alessandro Bico is the one trying to back up Blyer in 7th position right now. 7 plus 14 is 21 points. Is that going to be enough? Who knows? Simoncic might just have left the door open.
It's very close to being enough, by the way, and look at the defending from Simoncic again here. He's the only one who's really succumbed to the pressure in terms of taking defensive lines here, and you can see why, but you can also see the problems it's creating. Look at the gap in front of him here of nearly 5 seconds now. I know the importance that he needs to hold, keeping 12th place at the moment, and with a mistake, it could actually send Rafa ERA out if they're not too careful, if he's sent off or anything like that, but he is inviting pressure really by taking all these defensive lines into corners like this.
I think he realizes that if he does let one through, the floodgates may well start to open. At that point, it does start to put their chances of moving forward in serious jeopardy. Is that a stress, Jurne Simoncic? I don't think I've ever seen him stressed, to be fair, so business as usual behind the wheel as once again Walshingham gets close.
He's normally winning, that's why he's feeling uncomfortable. That's pretty close. Walshingham looking down the inside, but can't do it on that occasion. Simoncic at the moment for Rafa ERA doing enough, and as you say, it's about the snowball effect because they're 10 points above the cut line at the moment. Not sure how much they'll be aware of that, but as you say, he could easily lose 10 places if he lets one of them through here. That's what they're more concerned about. Of the big names, BS Competition are out as things stand. They're 13 points below the cut line. They need to do a lot from where they are at the moment. RHG obviously are out as it stands, so that's no surprise. Visceral, though, are just 2 points the wrong side of the cut line in favour of Williams Sim Racing, who've managed to make up some places in this race so far, and they've got themselves in the green for the moment.
Yeah, that's an odd cut line, I think, as well, in some ways. 21 points sounds like a lot when I'm thinking about it and playing through the scenarios. Yeah, but it's still a high score, isn't it? 21 points. I feel like we're usually talking about it being a couple points less.
It would be low. It would be lower if there were. This is going to sound weird to say. It would feel it would feel lower if there were just 2 drivers per team in the race and 2 scores were taken. If you see what I mean. It works weirdly, but it's because there are some 3rd place drivers who won't count, who are ahead of some 2nd place drivers. If you see what I mean.
Yes. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I think also what we are seeing is this is the most competitive of the quarter-final races, and that's just because things are being mixed up the most. We don't have that many iRacing specialists because this is a car that unless you're someone who lives in Australia, races in that community a lot. Oh, as Walshingham right rear almost in the grass, that could have been very, very bad. But yeah, this is a car that not many are racing regularly. 1 lap to go though. It is do or die at this point, and I wonder which teams are telling their drivers which situation to focus on. Matteo loses some ground on the run to the line. 1 lap to go at Oran Park.
Yeah, Marko Pajic is the one we've got to see moving forward here, because he's just in behind Biko at the moment, and he knows that Visceral have to make up some points on the final. Well, maybe he doesn't know it, but he should do. It's Nicholas Patel, sorry, who's directly behind. Pajic is a little bit further back, but he's got to make up a couple of places there in the background. There is a spin, and so that will give them 1 place. Maybe. I think Pajic might have already been in front, but Wojciech Fiala goes around.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because Mikhail Statsenko is still sat in 15th, which I'm thinking is still good enough for Virtus Pro as well. What an interesting evening it has been so far, and that intrigue is only building as we head now to the semi-finals. 6 will become 2 after that, but it's Will Chadwick up front who is looking strong. Another supercar slide as he runs his way to the line, winner of the quarterfinals in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts.
He's looking like the fastest driver in this field, I've got to say. Final corner, it's all happening back there as Simičić does a great job of defending. Again, people are not going to be pleased with him here. I know they weren't after his heat, but he's just defending well. And it's creating a bit of a train behind, but it's enough for Rafa ER8. They're comfortably through.
Well, as Nikodem Wisniewski brings a beaten and battered BS Plus machine, not just to the line, but into the grass as well. For some teams, their ERL journey is almost at an end. Here's a look at our provisional results, just waiting to see what Race Control does in terms of the penalty points. But Chadwick, 7/10 clear of Ellis Jr. If those are the 2 teams in the finals, it could be a fun fight between those 2, but their teammates have got to join the tango. Gabriel Salomon, the lead of the Coanda Esports drivers today, with Rico, Price, Drago and Visceral tucked in behind. And then BS Plus, Williams Sim Racing, Coanda, Drago and Coanda. 3 Coanda, 2 Drago machines inside that top 10. Team Nitro, best finish for them is 11th, with Simičić really putting up a fight to hold on to 12th. A full 7 seconds adrift from Richter. Walshingham for Veloce Thrustmaster in 13th, with the second Williams Sim Racing car behind for Biko. Matteo for Drago in 15th, and then Mikhail Statsenko doing just enough for Virtus Pro down in 16th. Alexander Davidson, 17th for World Sim Racing. Visceral's second car down in 18th with Marko Pajic at the wheel, with R8G and Yuri Toman 19th. Francis McGinn and Veloce Thrustmaster in 20th. RAG will be frustrated. Yuyovsky in 21st. World Sim Racing with Grabowski in 22nd. Team Nitro 23rd and 26th respectively. That is goodbye in the quarterfinals for them. But in between, Crossland and Alif for Rafa ERA and Visceral. Might be seeing more of them tonight. Osterman for BS Plus 27th. Chinchik for RAG 28th. And then Ribeiro, 0 Point Racing. He was the hero to bring them to this point. He's their best place finisher, just in front of Wojciech Fiala. And then Tinko van der Velde, Nikodem Wisniewski, Jake Blackhall, Justin de Jong, and Thomas Hill are 11 drivers. 35 drivers, rather. Already been a long day. It's only going to get longer. Let's chat with Will Chadwick once again, winner of the quarterfinal. Oh, hello, Will.
Hi.
Great to be talking to you once again. Biggest field of cars that we had on track. From your perspective, relatively easy, but how much are you talking to the teammates to kind of coach them?
Not at all.
Not at all.
I was fully deafened. I was just focused on, I just said to myself that I need to do my best job possible and secure the win, what I can. And then from that, it's, you know, it's up to fate almost.
To be fair, I guess the battles behind don't matter to you so much as you say, but in this, in the future here, obviously it's going to matter about, you know, where you are compared to your teammates or whatever. So you won't be aware as well that a lot of rivals in the teams are already out at the quarterfinal stage, and you're the only one who's in the existing top 4 who are still there as far as teams are concerned. How much is that going to change in any of the other semi-finals or finals? Are you going to start to talk to your teammates at any stage, or are you going to continue to be, you know, shut away from them while you're racing?
I was considering, obviously, I said to myself, if I'm like second or third, usually probably in that situation, I imagine Kevin would be thinking the same. You know, do you need to go for the move? Is it worth the risk, right? So then maybe I would undeafen and ask our engineer Oleg, who's looking at the live points, whether I need to make the move or not, and then you go for the risk. So yes, probably a little bit more, especially if we were somehow to get to a final. I mean, that would be amazing if we could get there, but if that was the case, then yeah, it would become more of a team game in terms of communication.
Will, when you talked to us earlier tonight, you mentioned how late it was getting this program together. Obviously, the team has now grown a little bit since then. We're seeing you in the IMSA Esports Global Championship as well. How have things come along as the Esports Racing League has gone through its season as well?
It's been really positive experience. We've loved doing this ERL Championship. I always think it's been really well managed. And yeah, I think obviously we're growing a little bit as a team. It's my first outing. I originally planned to do the LMU round, but I didn't. But yeah, it's coming together. I'm happy with what we've done so far, but I prefer not to think about the overall championship's perspective, because then I think you can overthink things. So we just do our best on the track as well as we can do, and then just take each race as it comes and just try and prepare the best we can.
Two questions on that then, if I may. How much sort of coaching through have you done of your other teammates? You say it is a bit of an individual game, obviously, but how much coaching through of your teammates have you done pre-race, and are we going to be seeing you for the last round as well on Rensport?
I think provisionally I'm in for Rensport, but I've not got loads and loads of experience on that platform. However, like you mentioned, the coaching, I think similarly when we had the ACC round, we had Charlie, we made a conscious decision to have some kind of pro in every single game. You can look at our lineup and you can pick out who that is in each game, right? So this helps the others and has a good reference for the other drivers, and it's my responsibility just to give them the best data I can, put in a lot of effort, and just try and advise them. You know, I've worked with Yerne for a bit longer than this championship on iRacing, you know, the best part of the last year, and I think the performance level he's showing tonight for this quality of field is beyond anything that he's done in the last 12 months on iRacing, and I'm really proud that he's doing that.
Will, thanks for joining us. We'll let you go off and focus up on what lies ahead.
Thank you very much.
So Will Chadwick's jumping in for a quick chat. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from our quarterfinals. Decent start from Chadwick, decent start from Ellis Jr. as well, but once they tucked into line, they looked to set sail. Isaac Price was the one at the start going offensive at the front of the field. His teammate Marco Pajic tried as well.
Yeah, and had to, in the end, make a couple of more positions than he ended up doing. This was, unfortunately for 0 Point Racing, the end of their day. They were in the bottom 3 places individually at one stage in this race, unfortunately, tonight. So many big battles further on down the field. We knew it would happen at this stage in the competition as the stakes get higher. Yuri Simoncic's defending gets more and more aggressive as the night goes on as well. But you can absolutely see why, because it was necessary for Rafa Esports. Rafa ERA, I should say. That was Alexander Davison getting onto the grass and Biko smacking him into the rear. Another spin further back in for Williams Esports, Williams Sim Racing. Damn it, I knew it happened at some point. Meant that they got very close to going below the cut line at one stage, by the way, but they just about made it through in the end. These were the other battles further back, and in the end, some big teams going out at this stage of the competition. BS, Nitro and R8G, the biggest of them to exit at this stage in the competition.
10 quid in the jar from Ewan for calling them Williams Esports, and I only did it because I had to right there. A couple of penalty points are being handed down, but I have been sent over provisional results. Kawanda, Rafa ERA, Drago, Virtus Pro, Williams Sim Racing and Visceral. They will be good. BS Plus competition, Veloce, Thrustmaster, Team Nitro, R8G, WSR, 0 Point Racing. There are some big names there, Ewan. We're going to see a mix-up of the championship standings heading out to Rensport, and knowing how close the battle, not for the overall lead of the championship necessarily is, but even just the fight to stay inside of the top 4 is, Rensport. Will Chadwick said he might not be entered, but if he's one of the quick guys with the most experience, he might get the call-up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's downplaying his experience a little bit, if I'm honest with you. I know that some of his experience on Rensport has been sort of coaching drivers, I suppose, which he has done at various esports World Cups, but he has done some driving as well. I think he's downplaying it a little bit. Yeah, in terms of the standings, as you say, TC Esports, because they were out so long ago, are now going to be definitely behind Virtus Pro and Williams Sim Racing. We already know that. That's how early they've exited the competition. Get the feeling this is a big night now for Visceral Esports. They've got to try and drive this home. If it's not getting into the final, then it's certainly getting close and getting a lot of points out of this. Otherwise, they're going to really miss an opportunity to get past the likes of R8G and also TC Esports, who they'll already be very close to getting ahead of, might indeed already be ahead of actually as well. So they've got to try and get ahead of R8G and maybe BS Plus as well. And everybody's going to be getting closer to Team Nitro, who are going to start to get nervous really for the first time this season.
I was just looking at that list and thinking, I think Rafa ERA at this point, they make the final, they are guaranteed to take the championship lead, is how I've done the math in my head. If they don't advance to the final, Team Nitro might still have a chance to be holding on to that championship lead. But behind them, who is really going to set themselves up well? We're in for an interesting remainder of the event. And of these teams, Ewan, I guess who is the favorite to move forward? Because Rafa ERA have got the most race victories technically on the night, although not the strongest lineup, I think, by any means, right? I think maybe Kawanda and Drago would be more well-rounded if you look at the three drivers they bring.
And this is the most selective of the rounds, if you think about it, is percentage-wise. A top 2 taken from 6 is very low percentage of teams taken forward compared to the other stage of the competition we've seen so far. So you can't just be sort of good. You've got to be very good at this stage in the competition. But after all, you're playing for a place in the finals, so that's why the competition is made this way. I would say Kawanda and Drago are the favourites at this stage, but who's to say that with a good qualifying, like what he did in his heat, Yoni Simicic can't hold on to a position, because we've seen him defend a lot in his 2 races so far. Again, he's going to frustrate other people, but that's kind of his job in that team, to defend his position in qualifying, and that's might be what is enough, because Chadwick looks like the fastest driver in this field at the moment.
I agree. I think if he gets a teammate that backs him up in the semi-final, they have a chance in the final. And if you're new to the Esports Racing League, let's just recap the format once again. It's going to scroll at the bottom of your screen as well. But the best of 3 final sees the drivers qualify once. That sets the grid for the first of the final races. Second race is an inverted top 4 of the results of final 1. And then the third and final race, if needed, if we've gone 1-1 in terms of race victories, it is the results of Heat 2's lap times that will determine the grid for the third final race. So far this season, we have not needed either of the third races, because obviously on Gran Turismo it was a slightly different format, didn't just have 2 teams. And that was a talking point, Ewan. You weren't there, unfortunately, in the booth then. We had that Lewis McClade guy instead. But ACC and LMU, both our finals wrapped up in 2.
Yeah, I thought I remembered a 3 in ACC, but have I remembered that wrong as well?
No, ACC was definitely 2.
Okay, I did watch those, but again, I just forget these things very easily. So that's what's going on there. Yeah, at the moment, I think, to be honest, if Rafa ERA make it, if I were to make it, if I can make a very sort of long into the future prediction, if Rafa ERA make it, I think it would be done in 2, and I don't think it would be in their favour, unfortunately, because, as you say, if Simicic or one of the others can get a good qualifying and defend well in a semi-final, but it's much harder to do that in a final when the field is smaller and things are a bit different. So, that's my very far into the future prediction that may or may not come true. But yeah, there's the quarterfinals results.
These, I think, are still provisional. Race control's working through some final penalties. I don't think it impacts who moves forward. I think the question is going to be more, Ewan, how does that impact those behind? Because look how close it is between BS Plus, Veloce, and Team Nitro. There are championship points at stake between those 3.
Yeah, there are. So it's not been made very close in the end. I thought Visceral were in a bit more trouble than they were, as it turned out in the end. So looks like they're going to make it on a day where they really do need to make it into the semi-finals, and hopefully they will do. As I said at the start, Coanda Esports, I thought we're in big trouble here, but They are performing pretty well on iRacing. Gabriel Solomon, to be fair, said it's their home sim, so they expect to win. But even so, it's been a good performance from them so far, and they've got to drive this home now to take the maximum points.
Have you remembered that he raced in R1 this year yet? Has it clicked?
I've been reminded.
I was hoping it was triggering some memories. Bottom of your screen, the link to buy tickets to join us at SimFormula Europe, simformula.europe/tickets. Buy your ticket to join us at Maastricht on the 17th of January for the final showdown. The top 4 teams from the regular season to be there. Which 4 teams? Still very much yet to be determined. And our trip to Rennsport could very well end up settling that all. This, of course, the penultimate round of the regular season. We get a full month off, Ewan, before the championship rejoins on December the 13th with that Praga R1, a track TBD by our track vote. And we will settle which 4 teams will join us on the 17th of January to battle it out for our championship belts, wrestling-style belts, to be handed out to our winners.
There's already been people requesting no Jeddah, by the way. I'm not sure if you're in control of that track selection like you were for this one, but not a track people want, which makes me even more inclined to use it.
Yeah, you know what? If you tell me not to use something, I instantly think, you know what? Let's use it. So, Jeddah. I think let's just make all 3 voting options Jeddah as well. Why not?
Just ensure it. Just get rid of the democracy here and just put put all 3. It's much easier that way, isn't it?
We are looking at some of the highlights of the day. Bit of contact. This in Heat 3 as they swung around into the middle sector of the lap. Then the pressure started to build. Elliot Veyron trapped behind Team Nitro's, I believe it was Bastian Richter, but unable to find a crack in the wall.
Yeah. It's been a very, very difficult evening to overtake so far, but as we've gone on, we have seen some more opportunities being created because people know the situation, they know what's at stake, and therefore they know, they know that they have to try and make a move here later on in these races. But as I say, it's been very, very difficult so far. This was further back in the pack in the final heat of the day, by the way. And in the heats, and over the positions that didn't matter, there were more battles happening, but not particularly at the front of the field, where the winners have been runaway winners on each occasion.
This was in the second chance race, and a bit of controversy in my mind. I put blame on both the TC car that we were on board with and on the Delatraz Automotive car that made a bit of a late block and may have pinched on that run into that braking zone. Ended up costing the ERE race team a spot in the second chance race, as much as Tommy Razier tried to fight his way back. Valiant effort. Darius Andre sent it off the track once again on his quest to make it past Jack Pittis in the quarter-mass motorsport machine. And then as Reina Talvar felt the pressure from Abel Torres, it was all in vain. We knew that there was going to be a penalty that would stop the black and gold Thibaut Courtois Esports crew from moving forward. But boy, was the pressure applied, including through the final corner on the blast to the line. But it was BS Plus and 0 Point Racing securing their spots in the quarterfinals. And when we got off and away, it was Will Chadwick, Kevin Ellis Jr. 1 and 2, Gabriel Salomon tucked in behind, and then some big sends as they worked through turn 3.
Yeah, this was the key point in the race again as they came through turn 3 on lap 1. That seems to be the action point, which is surprising, really, when you look at turn 1 and 2 at this venue. This was unfortunately early on in the race as 0 Point Racing's day came to an end, and they were all stuck at the back of the field. Simoncic was on the defensive for a lot of this race, but holding down his sort of part of the deal, he gets Rafa ERA into the next round, which is exactly what matters at this stage.
And I think the quarter-final race, one that Race Control has taken some time to pick the way through. Bones have been picked through, though, 15 minutes or so for Race Control to muddy their way through some of the waters. Close racing all behind Jurne Simoncic, who really showed how defense at this track is capable of putting on a strong show, albeit at the cost of significant time, ending 15 seconds behind his teammate, Will Chadwick, who won in the quarterfinals. And just like that, blink, and we are practicing for the semi-finals, qualifying moments away from getting underway. Have to wait and see if Will Chadwick can grab pole position for the third time today and win a third race at Oran Park Raceway.
You've got to say he's favourite for this one, because so far in the qualifying sessions and the races, he's been absolutely rock solid, and so he's got to be runaway favourite. Again, for his team, it's very much about where are his teammates going to be, and are they anywhere near the top 5, because suddenly that's really what's required of them, and that would be a big improvement on Simoncic's position or Charlie Crossan's position in that quarter-final race.
Suddenly, 6 teams, all 3 drivers. It all fits on the left side of our screen. 1 page on our timing tower as we sit with Biko. This is the balance of an outlap, right? You want to get some temperature into the tires. You're also not trying to take too much life out of them, so slow as much as you can. Also not trying to trigger the iRacing scrutiny system that keeps an eye out for any shenanigans. As a look at the Italian, veteran of the Porsche Esports Supercar. Porsche Cup car and a V8 Supercar. Very, very similar, right? No ABS, no traction control, they're about the same.
I'd argue one's more powerful than the other, and one sounds a lot better than the other. You can work out which one's which.
Oh, we're going to have a fight there.
What?
Which one sounds better to you? Come on.
There's no way anything sounds better than this. Well, not anything. No, I'm exaggerating there, but certainly,
yeah, I was going to say.
I'm obviously exaggerating, as normal. But the Porsche Cup car is definitely worse than this. Come on now.
We'll agree to disagree. I am partial to a flat 6 Screamer. I mean, it's not an RSR. It's still something. Tidy opening sector so far from Biko, as he revs up the Coyote engine that powers this Ford Mustang. I should be careful. I both work for Porsche and Ford nowadays. I shouldn't pick favorites between the two of them. Into the middle sector.
Over the top of the hill for Biko. Trying to see the apex. You can't see over the top there. And now through the chicane. 19.9 for him in the middle sector. Just slightly wide there, that right-hander. It's just frustrating him a little bit, but he's got to put that behind him for this very final sector of the racetrack. Over the top of the hill. And now through this final chicane before the final corner. Again, qualifying super important in this session, and so has to get this right.
Interesting that he's using a Formula rim. A lot of drivers would maybe switch over to one of those round wheels. Good lap time from Gabriel Salomon, but it's not going to be enough for 06465, excuse me. Dominic Blyer pips it, and he's gone faster than Will Chadwick, who will start no higher than second. The pole has snuck it out. His best qualifying effort of the day. Jurnej Simoncic, where does he go? Ricardo Rico goes to the top.
Well, that is very impressive from Rico and Blyer to get in front of Chadwick, whose lap time was about a tenth slower than it normally has been in this session tonight. And that's been the difference. Over the line for Simoncic, it's only 11th. Crotchland only 14th. Rafa ERA in big trouble. Drago at the moment first and 8th. Then it's Williams, who are both in the top 10 as well. That is, that is not a good session for Chadwick, because he really needed to get pole there, really.
Yeah, and I think now it's looking like it could be Kawanda versus somebody. The question is who? The question will be Drago, Williams Sim Racing, Virtus Pro potentially, or could Rafa ERA by EMM sneak it out? Now, Kawanda are by no means guaranteed. They have 11 points if things finish as they will start. Williams Sim Racing, 2nd and 13th. They'd have 15 points. Drago would have 9 with 1st and 8. Will Chadwick, 3 plus 11 for Rafa ERA is 14. How aggressive? So yeah, the opening laps here, the aggression you win, it's going to tell us a lot.
It is, yeah. I mean, Visceral will probably last at 19 points, but even that's, you know, about 7 off of off of second. So it's a pretty ridiculous session, you've got to say. 5 different teams in the top 5 again. All 6 teams represented in the top 7. There's no team who have got 2 out-and-out brilliant drivers in this car-track combination, sim combination. And at the moment, it's all up in the air. As I say, Drago, the only ones with less than 10 points, which is just unbelievable.
I do feel like Elliot Veyron is slightly out of position, so keep an eye out for that. Starting grid, officially. Ricardo Rico at the front, and what a lap time. Dominic Blyer is alongside, just 46 thousandths between the Drago Racing and Williams Sim Racing pair. And then the front row from the quarterfinal sent back to row 2. Chadwick for Rafa ERA, Ellis Jr. for Virtus Pro. Victor Wolfson, Gabriel Salomon, Commander Esports lockout row 3, with Isaac Price for Visceral in 7th. Ate Kalpanen, the second Drago entry, back in 8th. Wojciech Fiala for Virtus Pro. He's got to back up Kevin Ellis Jr. at the front. He's 9th. Elliot Veyron, the third Coanda car, is all inside the top 10. Jurne Simoncic 11th, Marco Pejic 12th for Visceral and Rafa ERA, Alessandro Bico, Charlie Crossland, Mohamed Alif, Tinko van der Velde, Mikhail Statsenko, Nicolas Mateo, just 4.5 tenths covering the front 9 rows as the field of 6 teams gets ready to do battle, and much like it was in the quarterfinals, top 2 cars will score points, the third car can score penalty points and hurt your team. How aggressive are you going to send them off and away to turn number 1?
Yeah, it's got to all happen on lap 1, hasn't it? Turn 1 and 2, to be fair, hasn't been the action play. It's been turn 3 so far, which has been very interesting to me. I wasn't expecting that at the start of the day, but watch out especially for turn 3 on this opening lap. But yeah, I think the aggression is going to be absolutely turned all the way up here at the beginning of this one. And drivers now all look ready to go. All 6 teams represented in the top 7 means that pretty much everybody in that top 10 has something to fight for here, and their team is never more than a few points away from the final.
And so get your VCO abacuses out, because who knows who advances. It's a supercar symphony singing in Oran Park, and a terrible start from Ricardo Rico. Dominic Blyer takes the lead. Will Chadwick's to his inside, in towards the sweeper. Chadwick will take the lead from 3rd. Ellis Jr. won't get to the inside of the pole, or will he shove his way through? Blyer's overcooked it. He's off in the gravel. Williams Sim Racing surely done and dusted, and to the danger spot that has been turn 3 as Blyer tries to pick up the pieces at the back of the field. Isaac Price drops behind Victor Wolfson. Coanda 3rd and 4th in a great spot right now.
Yeah, Coanda are in a brilliant spot. Drago were the only ones who we were pretty sort of semi-sure about. And contact between 2 Viscerals. I'm sure that was Price and Pejic hitting each other, and then one of them's off. Isaac Price is off. Now it's up to Alif and Pejic, who were briefly in a good position there. Oh, and that's totally unnecessary. Blyer and Price getting into each other. The aggression turned up to 11 because it's the semi-finals, and everybody knows they've got only one chance to get there. This is an absolutely manic opening lap.
And so Chadwick and Simoncic will combine to advance Rafa ERA if things finish as they are. Oh my goodness, I can't quite believe it. Drago Racing, by the way, they were the ones that made that bit of contact with Price over the Yokohama Bridge. Oh, Blyer gets squeezed. Oh,
Hello.
Race Control will have a look at that one.
You've got a big decision to make there, Race Control. Blyer's sort of alongside, but Chadwick doesn't give him any room anyway. I think Williams have a right to be displeased at that, but you'd hate to see any team decided whether they're in the finals or not through a penalty. Right now, I think it would be Rafa ERA taking that 2nd spot after Coanda, who surely have got to have something catastrophic happen here to miss out.
3rd, 4th and 5th, they're in the best place possible. This is what I was watching. So it is true Drago teammates alongside, and I mean it's not even that bad. Like, to be honest, it kind of seems like a racing incident. Yes, you maybe would have asked for the Drago teammates on the inside to back out, but I don't know if Isaac Price can really put the finger at someone and say, you know what, you did something egregious.
No, I don't think he has much of a leg to stand on there, unfortunately. He doesn't quite, I don't think, give enough room to those 2 on the inside. You're right, it was, I mistook those 2 Dragos, for 2 Viscerals at the time, but it was Visceral who ended up taking advantage in some way. Unfortunately, they're 8th and 11th, and that's going to be nowhere near good enough. As it stands, before any penalty points, Rafa ERA would then be on 11. This is the start for Rico, by the way. This is why Drago Racing are below the cut line at the moment. They're on 13, so 2 points behind Rafa ERA as it stands.
And Ricardo Rico, Coanda actually passing the gravel for a moment. It's not like they grabbed an advantage out there and made the move, but they were just so committed. They knew what they needed to do down at turn 1. Ellis Jr. does not have the backup. Wojciech Fiala 14th, Statsenko in 15th, right behind his teammate, Virtus Pro. After their team manager won the team staff race, look like semi-finals are the furthest that they can go, which, to be fair, with no Dara McCormack, who has been competing alongside Ellis Jr. in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. So those two are the two drivers that have been doing the most yards on iRacing, Ewan. I think they'll be happy with a semi-final spot. They'll go off to Rennsport favourites, potentially, and feel very good that they have a chance of making the top 4 and making Sim Formula Europe.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. We've seen so many twists and turns with regards to those that top 4 status over tonight, though. It's been absolutely remarkable. This is Page on the back of Ricardo Rico, who really needs to defend this position because he's not really going to be able to gain very much here in way of helping Drago Racing get into the final, but he can certainly hurt their chances by getting a penalty here in his defence of Page, or indeed losing positions to Page and the rest of them who are stuck in behind here at the moment. He is right up against it right now, is Rico, after qualifying on pole, don't forget.
Yes, what a poor start again. It's one of those unique factors that the drivers had to adjust to. There were many adjustments made to those that ventured out onto Gran Turismo 7. And speaking of Dara McCormack, what is now an iconic picture, which will be Dara with his controller in his bed, all tucked up and ready for the night to come to an end.
Yeah, it feels like he was tucked up there because he knew his last night wasn't going to last very long, and he could just go straight to sleep once it was over, because that's how the night ended up going, unfortunately, for Virtus Pro, and it might be an early end for them tonight as well. Fiala and Statsenko are involved in this, currently sandwiching Tinko van der Velde in 14th place. Virtus Pro, really, if they're not going to get into the final, just need to try and gain some places. At the moment, they are at 4th place, with Canis Jr. doing so well. Now it'd be 15 points for them. Not a million miles away from the top 2, but they could certainly gain 3rd place and another point maybe on their way to the final 4, with a couple of positions in this battle here.
Charlie Crossland trying to avoid getting crossed up by Isaac Price. And if I'm Coanda right now, not only am I feeling great about how my team has positioned itself to move forward, Salomon in 3rd, Wolfson and Veyron then right behind, but Ewan, I think I'm feeling pretty good about my chances in the finals as well, because I don't mean this with disrespect to Rafa ERA. Will Chadwick might be the fastest driver on the grid today, but Jurne Simoncic and Charlie Crossland, I don't think they've shown the pace that they're going to get involved in the fight with Wolfson, Veyron and Salomon as much as they need to support Chadwick in the finals. So Coanda could have an opportunity to win their very first event in the Esports Racing League.
Yeah, they could do, because even with a 1st place finish, even if Chadwick wins all the races, 2nd, 3rd and 4th is only, what, 9 points or something? And obviously they'd have 12, Rafa ERA taking up the other positions. Oh, Simoncic does something absolutely unnecessary. That was on the inside of Page, and he's very nearly gets spinning around. That was completely unnecessary. Doesn't need to do this, and he's putting himself in danger here. Page on the outside line is not going to get much room, but he gets just enough. What a battle! Page still there. Simoncic so close to getting spun round.
These are two veterans. They will respect each other. Page is going to get sent high and wide as he tried to turn in on entry. Simoncic hangs on through all of this. I think what happened is Page lost a bit of ground in that middle sector, and Simoncic wanted to avoid getting ran over by the other Visceral car. Over the line they go, with Mohamed Alif right there in the mix. Nicolas Matteo not far off, and then Wojciech Fiala as well. It could not be day done yet for Virtus Pro. This is the longest race of the day as well. 13 laps put on the board, Ewan, and we're only working lap 7.
Yeah, I can't get my head around that. I don't know why Jurne Simoncic even attempted that, because at the moment, Drago Racing are the ones who need to gain places. Obviously, maybe preempting any penalties, but he might be creating some penalties there by making that move as well. Drago don't look like getting through on those Coanda cars at the moment at all. It's up to Karpinen and Rico to make those places, and at the moment they don't look like they stand a chance. Simoncic wasn't receiving that much pressure from behind, so I've got no idea why he even attempted that. But anyway, he's up to 9th place now, and it's created some battling behind like this.
Again, I think just these drivers were a bit too close. Simoncic just a bit worried. If he dropped below 10th, if he dropped to 12th, actually, he would end up on a tie with Drago Racing. That's just a little bit too close for comfort in my mind, is probably what was going through his mind.
Yeah, but
Virtus Pro, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but Chadwick would have a better result than the other Dragos, even if he lost 3-4 places. So the chances of them losing that tie is also nearly impossible.
Yes, but that's what I mean. If he loses 4 spots, then ERA are gone, right? So he can't afford to lose 1 or 2, because if it snowballs, I think maybe that's what's going through his mind. He's put himself, though, at the front of the queue, struggling now with that rear traction just a little bit.
Now,
as he heads...
maybe it's just me, but you'd have to be a very anxious person to be worried about all those position losses, surely.
I think I disagree, just because of how momentum works around here and how close that pack is. On board with Ellis Jr., no longer with the Apex Racing team. It feels weird sometimes to look on board with the camera and not see that blue background behind him. Very, very focused. And if anyone was going to put the challenge on Will Chadwick, it would have been him. But it's looking like the day is going to come to an end.
Yeah, it looks like it. Again, Kevin Ellis Jr. has found himself in a very similar situation to what Will Chadwick has done in a weird way. These two are experiencing very similar emotions at the moment. They are flying the flag for their team. They are team leaders, as it were, for their team. But only one, I think, is going to be in the final the way it is at the moment, even with a dip of a wheel on the grass there from Will Chadwick, sliding into that chicane. Kevin Ellis Jr. clearly is applying some pressure that's getting to him at the moment, but there's not much Kev can do from up here. It's up to his teammates behind.
Nicholas Matteo, last thing he really should do here is get any penalty points, because that would put the nail in the coffin for Drago and their chances of moving forward. He's got a great run though through the dogleg, not close enough to have a look through the final corner. Just watch how awkward it is for them to get onto the power, especially when following close. In fact, he might have been too close to try and get alongside on the run down to turn 1. Meanwhile, Muhammad Alif's teammate Marko Pejic still unable to find a way past Jurne Simincic, and this great shot from up above just shows the concertina effect. 4 laps left to rumble.
And again, I agree. I think Matteo does not have very much to gain here by making up any places here, or trying to, because, as you say, penalty points count for any driver which picks them up for their overall team score, even if the 2 best race scores only count towards the overall team score. So you can only lose in this situation if you're Nicholas Matteo. And it's not like they're battling with Visceral either. You'd understand it if it was Visceral they were fighting for a space in the top 2, but that's not the case.
The first penalty points have come down. They offer Virtus Pro. I think that's the nail in their coffin for finals chances. Wojciech Fiala gets the 2 penalty points. He's down in 13th for the time being. Next investigation that Race Control is looking into is Williams Sim Racing and Visceral Esports. So neither team necessarily looking like they're in contention. On board with Victor Wolfson, running up at the tail end of the Coanda trio, who all look, to be fair, and we often say there's one clear driver on a team that's the best on a weekend. These 3 looking very closely matched.
Yeah, they do look really evenly matched at the moment. So fair play to them for that, because very often, as we've seen from the other teams, and as I've said, you get one driver clear of the rest, but 3rd, 4th and 5th is a way to make sure that there are no nerves throughout this race, unless they crash into each other, which would be pretty difficult to do. They're not going to lose out on their spot in the final, and it's got to give them great confidence as well towards the final, because at the moment they'd be in there with Rafa ERA, and even though it looks like none of them can get ahead of Chadwick, if they get ahead of the other 2, then they know they can take a 2-0 victory both times. Obviously, it's never that simple, but that would be the plan, the way things look at the moment.
And I'm not seeing anything inserted from Williams Sim Racing about lap 1, Dominic Blyer and Will Chadwick. So it does look as though it is going to be a Coanda Esports Rafa ERA final. Lights flashed momentarily there from Nicholas Matteo as he tries to get into the head of Muhammad Alif just in front of him. With 2 laps left to go. Will Chadwick, Jurne Simincic, Charlie Crossland up against Salomon, Veyron and Wolfson. Could be a fun fight as Dominic Blyer gets past Mikhail Statsenko.
Showing that overtaking is indeed possible here. Reduces their points to 22. If they can gain a couple more, if he can gain a couple more places in the last couple of laps, then maybe they could get ahead of Visceral, but that could be pretty difficult. 21 plays 22 at the moment between those two teams, so they'd have to do well to get in front of them. But that's two teams who are fighting for a top 4 place, who are both going to be knocked out here at the semi-final stage. At this point now, you're just looking to get as many points out of this stage as you possibly can.
Absolutely. One final lap to go. We'll say goodbye to 4 of the teams after the semi-final. Just 2 will be left, and they'll go head-to-head. What an interesting format we had on Gran Turismo 7 with 3 teams in the final. All 3 races compulsory to run as well. But we return to the traditional ERL, ERWC format. Team versus team, 3-on-3. And strategy often plays its part. Qualify for the first one, invert the top 4 for the second one, and then set the grid for the third and final race if needed, based on lap times from the penultimate race in the matchup. It always delivers. We've had some good fights through the years. A supercar has often put on a show when we've used it here on iRacing. And Will Chadwick goes 3 race wins in 3 attempts here. He'll get one more chance in the finals alongside of Rafa ERA Esports by EMM as they battle with Coanda Esports, winners on Le Mans Ultimate, now looking to be winners on their home sim here on iRacing.
And no celebration as he went over the line. Wasn't 100% sure whether they'd be making it through to the final, but we believe they are. With just 10 points, that should be better than what anybody else has been able to achieve, as Williams lock up and spin and crash across the line. For the others, their day is over and they're out at the semi-final stage.
What's that thing that we always try and remind people? Be careful who you crash into. You don't know what hardware they have. Some people forgot that. Anyway, quick look at our results, and then maybe another chat with Will Chadwick. Might be getting bored of us, although never bored of winning. Just 9/10 clear of Ellis Jr., who we say goodbye to, with Salomon, Veyron, Wolfson. The trio of Coanda drivers really looking in a great spot. Ate Kalpin and Ricardo Rico, day ends for them, but not a bad day by any means. In front of Alessandro Bico for Williams Sim Racing, Jurne Simoncic. What a move from him to move up into 9th in front of Marko Pejic, rounding out the top 10. Second Visceral car is 11th. Matteo, the third Drago car, is 12th, with Wojciech Fiala picking up 2 penalty points and 13th. Isaac Price 14th, and then Statsenko, Blyer, Crossland, and Van der Velde, the rest of the semi. Well, our drivers will jump into the new race session as soon as they can, but one thing I know for sure is Oren Park is not disappointed by any means. Not seeing a Will Chadwick to have a chat with just yet, unfortunately.
Really is bored of us.
Yeah, how dare he?
Turn it into Will Chadwick in this race. In this,
oh, look at you.
Sorry, that thought came into my head the first time he was here. I've been sitting on that for hours.
Well, let's welcome back in Will Chadwick to the booth. Full credit to Ewan on that one. You might be getting bored of us at this point, but 3 race wins in 3 attempts, Will. And now, I think you and Jurne Simoncic, Charlie Crossland, you get a chance to go up against Coanda.
That's going to be interesting. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I always love talking to you two. It was a good start that got me in the position, and then I did make one pretty big mistake mid-race, but I was able to close it out, so yeah, this is good.
What did you make of lap 1? I mean, I bet you weren't expecting, nobody would have been, the pole sitter to go nowhere, and then Blyer on your outside. It didn't seem that they argued in the end in the stewards room that you'd push them off there, but what was your thoughts on the opening lap?
I knew I had we said that I got the chance to get it at the start. My start was okay, but obviously it was better than the people in front of me. In terms of turn 1, I was trying to give room, but you bottom out and cross the curb. But then again, I was really far ahead. I mean, obviously I don't want to ever have contact with anybody, and I commiserate Dom because he did a great qualifying. But yeah, I mean, leave it to the stewards for me. On my perspective, it's a racing incident, but obviously, we have to see what the stewards say.
And so now looking forward to the finals. Best of 3, qualifying for that first race, and then invert the top 4 for the second. what's the plan? What's the game plan that you're thinking about now, going into this best of 3 matchup?
If we're through, which I don't know, and maybe you have more confirmation than I do, because I feel so far out of it. I'm supposed to be managing the team, and I'm so gone. I'm so far out of it. But the game plan. If I told you that, then Coanda are going to listen. I bet their engineer is watching.
What will it take though for you to beat them? Because it won't have passed you by that they finished 3rd, 4th, and 5th in that race.
It did actually, but ultimately, ultimately, they're a really strong. I mean, they've got a full iRacing lineup, right? So I will try my best to do what I can do. If we have to play the team game, we'll play the team game, and we'll just go for. I feel like we were wrongly done of a win last time out in GT7, so it would be a bit of redemption if we were able to win it here, but. Like I said, I was aiming for the quarters as an achievement for us, and I said to the guys just before the semi-final, whatever we do from here is, I'm proud of both their efforts and their engineer and our engineer as well, because I don't think on paper we should be in this position, but I think we've maximized.
Elvis Rankin confirms he's listening to your every move and every word as well. So, Will, thanks for joining us. I think you're good. 1st and 9th should get you 11 points. Drago with the next closest, 6th and 7th, 13. Unless you get 2 penalty points, I think you're good. So we'll go off. We'll let you strategize, and hopefully we'll see you in the finals starting shortly.
Thank you very much, Adina. Thanks for your time.
Well, Will Chadwick, or Mr. Chatwick, as he will forever forth be known in the ERL broadcast booth. We are just now waiting for that confirmation. Let's grab a look at the highlights. Ricardo Rico absolutely nowhere on the start. And was there some contact? Oh, I'm not sure. But Dominic Blyer, William Sim Racing, not complaining too much about that. Bit of argy-bargy that saw one of the Visceral cars, Isaac Price, demoted down the running order. And then the mid-pack started to catch up, started to close up, and got intense.
It did. In the midfield, as moves were made, Simičić firing down the inside, and very nearly getting a penalty for all this, I would say. Leaning on one of the Visceral cars side by side through the chicane and somehow getting away with it. That was with Marko Pejic at the time. And then this is where the battles were happening. Drago, and this is Nicholas Mateo on the back of a couple of Visceral cars. He didn't go all out on this because he knew that positions could only be lost, really, with penalties, but because of these guys, Coanda Esports were running very, very consistently 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all behind Will Chadwick, who wins again. That's his 3rd win of the night, by the way, and that draws him level now with Drummond and Zimmerman, who both got free in their GT7 run out last time.
In his debut in this 2025-2026 VCO Esports Racing League, I get the sneaking suspicion we are going to see him on Rennsport as well. There are 6 race control decisions still being worked through right now. So I tell you what we're going to do here on the VCO channels. We'll step away for another moment, but when we come back, it is time for the finals. The penultimate round of the regular season. The Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts, is on iRacing. And what an enthralling day it has been so far here in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts, as we run our fourth platform in as many events: Assetto Corsa Competizione, Le Mans Ultimate, Gran Turismo 7, and now iRacing. Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary even, and with a maximum of 3 more races left to go. It comes down to this. It could be done in just 2 races. It'll all be settled between Coanda Esports and Rafa ERA Esports by EMM.
Yeah, although we've been hearing Stewart's investigations for Rafa ERA during the break, we don't think it's done enough to put them below Drago Racing, who are currently in that 3rd position. So it looks like, of the big names, and well, they're all big names, I suppose, aren't they? Those 4, they're going to be all out. Coanda and Rafa ERA are going to be into that final. It's Coanda's 2nd final, but you wouldn't believe that by the amount of points they are behind in the championship standings. You've got to say they had to do this. They had to make it to the final, and they have done here, putting themselves right back in the conversation.
And yeah, thank you to Luca, who corrected me in our YouTube chat. Coanda did win on Le Mans Ultimate, but by the nature of the championship point system, 1 point per position, they are still, like you say, some considerable way back. But this will be a result that very much swings them into the contention heading to Rennsport. 2 drivers who have competed somewhat regularly on the platform, so by no means favorites, but solid point scorers, I think, for sure. The other team, Rafa ERA, will be championship leaders after this, Ewan, when we head over to Rennsport, and I think they are in a great spot to be somewhat safe in terms of top 4 heading off into our final round of the regular season.
Yeah, I would say that they, alongside maybe BS Plus and Virtus, probably feeling quite confident now at the end of today. You know, Williams will probably be below the cut line, but they'll feel like they can get into that top 4. I think the teams that we're feeling less confident after this are the likes of Visceral, who are probably the most outsiders of the top 8, but I still think they were definitely part of that. And unfortunately, you know, you think about the early part of that last race, by the way, Isaac Price doesn't have that problem. Suddenly, I think we're looking at a bit of a different race there for Visceral, but unfortunately, obviously, that does happen. And in the end, he drops down a long way, along with his teammates, and they're out. So I think they're probably going to be feeling most wounded after this. Maybe TC Esports as well, although they have done this year on Rennsport. They weren't one of the stronger teams, so I think they could be in a bit of trouble as well. But who knows, in this kind of a field, they might have a good day. And would you believe it, maybe Team Nitro will even be looking over their shoulders after this early exit they've had here today. It's unbelievable to say that, isn't it, after the first 2 rounds they had? But I think they'll be feeling a whole lot more nervous after this round than they were before it.
They definitely can't feel confident, Team Nitro. You know, championship leaders for the first 3 rounds or so. It's starting to come a bit unstuck for them. That is to say the least. We'll have a good look at the points before we wrap proceedings up. But for the time being, we are ready to dive into qualifying. And the only qualifying session we have left remaining today. So will it be Will Chadwick who grabs yet another pole position? Has grabbed pole in all but 1 of his races today. Or will one of the Coanda Esports trio be able to stop him from doing so? Only 1 lap in qualifying. Pressure's on.
Yep. It's been the format throughout, and indeed in many series these days it is so. But it's I'd say something that people are getting used to by now. So yeah, going to be a very, very important one. Again, I think this is up to Chadwick first of all to get pole. That may become somewhat of a formality, but the real interest is going to be for Simicic and Crossland. Can they get ahead of any of the Coanda guys? Because if Chadwick's going to win again, then they have to. They can't just finish 5th and 6th. That will not be enough. They've got to finish higher up than that.
So, warming up the lap as they head around. By no means pushing to the maximum. This is Elliot Veyron in one of the purple and orange, identical purple and orange machines. Only difference is the number on the side, the name on the windshield. Swing out wide, open up the entry through the final corner, Recaro corner. And then come back into existence as you fly your way to the line and get the lap underway. Oh, look how close he is to the outside wall as he chucks it in, gets onto the brakes hard for the first time in through turn 2. A little bit of oversteer as it rotates around on throttle, but tidy the opening couple of corners.
Now down towards turn 3. This is the slow speed section. Not sure how many circuits in the world can boast 3 corners of nearly 90 degrees or more to the right all in one go. But there's obviously a reason for that as they come now through this one and quite steeply uphill towards the bridge, which means you can't really see the very next corner as you're going over the top of the hill, just trying to stay to the right hand side. Drifting a little bit, and there's a 4th 90 degree corner to finally complete the long way round.
And all with slightly different elevation to deal with. Some curb you can actually use here as you head up through Momo Corner, and then the run through the O'Brien aluminium dogleg. And has he just invalidated the lap with the wheel on the grass? No reaction from the Frenchman, so maybe it's still good, but he chases the car all the way to the wall. Salomon with a 106.325. That's a rocket of a lap time, one of the quickest we've seen so far. Veyron presumptively to second, but where is Will Chadwick? That will be the question. Breaks the timing line and goes to pole position by 11 thousandths of a second.
Oh my word, just when Solomon seems like he's raised the bar too high, Chadwick responds again. 11 thousandths of a second, unbelievable. Simoncic's the last over the line. Can he get ahead of any Coanders? No, he's close, but he's not in front of Wolfson. And it's exactly as we expected. Chadwick on pole, the 3 Coanders next, and then the other Rafa ERAs, but we didn't expect it under those circumstances. I thought Solomon had finally found the answer.
Oh, 11 thousandths of a second. And if it finishes as it starts, Coanda would invert to line up 1, 2, and 3. But Will Chadwick will lead us to the green. Salomon, Veyron, Wolfson. Can the purple and orange win for the second time this season? Simoncic and Crossland have it all to do from the tail end of the field. Like I said, race 2 of the best of 3 series is an invert of the top 4. So Wolfson would be on pole, Veyron would be alongside. And those 2 race victories, effectively, Ewan, would be enough for them, for Coanda Esports to win for the second time this season.
Yeah, and it would still be remarkable that based on points I'm seeing at the moment, they'd still be 10 points below the top 4 cut line as far as teams are concerned. You have to say that they need every single point they can get right now. Whereas Rafa ERA, who know already they're going to be the leaders at the end of tonight, are maybe less desperate.
You know what? I think 10 points still sounds like too much to ask for. But it will all be determined.
Do you agree with me now?
Yeah, I think I do. I think I do. That's all to be settled on the 13th of December. Eyes to the lights for the first of the best of 3 series. Will Chadwick for Rafa ERA leads us away. Coanda pretty even though, 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they leave Charlie Crossland behind and head up to the opening corner. Simoncic alongside of Victor Wolfson. He's got to try and make something happen here. Into the heavy braking zone. He locks the left front, just avoids tangling up with the Frenchman Elliot Veyron. And it's all as it was as they head up into turn 3.
And if I was Solomon in this situation, I wouldn't even go for the race lead, to be honest. As much as that will have to be turning off his racing driver's brain, he will maybe even disadvantage his team by going for this, because he'll slow them all up, don't forget, in behind him. Simoncic and Crossland are nowhere near the other Coanders. Chadwick is going to be faster, and he's going to be difficult to keep up with, but he knows that his teammates will be able to get away from the other 2. This may well be how they finish.
Everyone has their role at this point. Salomon the chaser, Wolfson the blocker. And how does Simoncic and Crossland play their role of the charging bulls? As Will Chadwick will try and break away at the front. This the shortest of the races all of the day, by the way. It's 7 laps rather than the 9 laps we had for the heats. Right around 8 minutes or so of racing. Salomon not letting Chadwick break clear, though. That's very, very close. Veyron and Wolfson starting to be in the middle of the party. Simoncic and Crossland struggling to insert themselves into the mix.
Yeah, they'll not get anywhere near the Coanda teammates, I wouldn't imagine. I think this is pretty much secure with where they are. This is the key moment in the race. Simoncic on the outside on the way towards turn 2, and he's trying so hard here. He gets a little bit on the gravel. He's locking up. You can see why he's absolutely going for this, but you can also see why he doesn't want to career into the back of anybody and crash into them, get penalty points.
I mean, to be fair, that's hard. That's just good hard racing. That's what you want to see. That's what the Esports Racing League should be about.
Yeah, No, I absolutely agree. And, in the end, unfortunately, it's settled this race. Now, the other reason why I wouldn't do anything here if I was these Coanda Esports drivers is because, as far as my understanding of the rules is, it's the top 4 invert from race 1 again in race 2. So
yes.
that means Coanda pick 1, 2, 3. It's very hard to do anything about when you are Rafa ERA in that situation. That's why I predicted it would be a 2-0 if it would be Rafa ERA against somebody else. So just putting that out there.
Salem is thinking about it. I mean, he touches up the right rear. Will was very, very tight on exit there. I'm not sure if that was solely related to the contact, but what Will really needs to do now is pack the field up, slow down as much as he can. Last lap was a 1:06.539, fastest lap of the race. Let's see if this is a slightly slower lap, and he is trying to manage the tempo at the front.
That's what he's got to do, hasn't he? He's realising the situation along that I've just explained there as well, but he's got to slow them down so much that I just don't know if this can really work without anybody getting penalty points here. Don't forget, of course, this is only a 7-lap race compared to the much longer race distances we've had in the past tonight.
Yeah, I think it's a tall order. It was a 1:07.5, so it's a full second slower. Now, there was contact, yes. Out wide a little bit through turn 1. Simoncic closing up. I think there is some gamesmanship.
Hello.
He is forcing Salomon to start to sniff, sweep out through Shell, ready to head back over the crest of that bridge. He is 100% holding them up right now, parking the bus as it were. And halfway through lap 4, 3 laps to go at the end of this one, it's Chadwick, the team manager, playing the team game.
Yeah, he's got the ball in the corner and he's shielding it, if that's the right equivalence here. I guess it's not quite, but he's doing all he can. At least he's undeafened himself for this race, because if he had just focused on his own race like he has been in the past, he would not have known what was going on behind him and not have known what was required of him for the remainder of this race. But the fact is, Simoncic is just not getting that close to him in the next in these last couple of races. He's got to go further with this slowing down.
Crossland's had an issue and he's headed to pit lane. He is at the back of the field for race 2 confirmed. Last lap 1:07.873. So Juraj Simoncic closes on half a second. If he gets this treatment for 3 more laps, he'll have a chance to try something. Here's the replay. What happens to Crossland as he blows the engine? Oh my goodness.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see that tonight, but he's just downshifted too early and blown the engine. It's one of the cars you can still do it with. So Simoncic now has not only got to get past Wilson, but Veyron as well, before he can count Rafa ERA as winners. And that has got to happen in the last 2 laps of this race. Almost impossible.
Yeah, I'll share the misery of Charlie Crossland. I was doing a V8 Scops race with my teammate Adam Blocker. We were on course for a top 10 finish at Phillip Island. And guess what he did on the final lap of the race?
No.
Yes. He blew the engine.
Oh.
I'm never going to let him live that one down on a broadcast. As much as
I know we talk about unbalanced teams, but you and Adam Blocker.
Excuse you? Almost 5,000 iRating back in my day, but you're not wrong. Well, I wasn't far off Adam, but especially in the supercar, he was our faster driver. 2 laps to go. Simoncic is there, Ewan. Chadwick has pulled a blinder.
Yeah, he has. He's almost making the Coanders battle with each other, which is quite funny, but it's just not enough at the moment, is it? Simoncic's just nowhere near close enough as it stands. Chadwick has got to go further and more aggressive with this. You know, it's so not aggressive that we actually didn't notice it was happening initially for about a lap until you look at the lap times at the end, and in the end, it's still not going to be enough, I don't think, because Simoncic has got to take Wilson and Veyron, and we're getting towards the last lap.
He's asking for a lot, but he's giving a lot for the team as well. Last lap was a 0.8078. That's a 1.6 second delta to the fastest lap. Simoncic with a poor exit out of the final corner. Never one to look flustered, but he's not close enough to really have the lunge. And will it be strike 1 to Coanda in the best of 3 finals They got one lap to hold on, but Will Chadwick, the Minister of Defense right now here at Oran Park, he's running every defensive line in the books.
Oh, and there was the chance. Wolfson there had to almost go down the inside of Veron, his teammate, to hold on from Simicic into turn 3, but those are the best overtaking chances now behind them. Solomon is actually quite close to getting ahead of Chadwick completely here over the top of the hill, and that would further put him in a better position, but Simicic has at least got to get to 4th, get himself on pole for the next race at the very least.
He's trying, he's giving it everything he can. I tell you what though, as much as we've seen a lack of wheel-to-wheel action, it's not been for a lack of trying. Oh, up to the dog leg. The Dane, Salomon, almost thought about it. And here comes Simoncic. He will try on the run to the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count them here at Oran Park after 7 laps. It's a wry smile. Chadwick gave it his best, but it is indeed strike one that goes the way of Kawanda.
That says it all. That picture there said it all, didn't it? It said more words than we could ever do. Chadwick smiling, shaking.
0.1 seconds. What more could you ask for? A bit of wheel-to-wheel action. I think that was about it. But Kawanda will now line up 1, 2, and 3. Chadwick back in 4th. And it's game on. It will be 1, 2, 3 Kawanda, 4, 5, 6 Rafa ERA.
That is going to be very, very difficult to overhaul. That's a slight downside with this format as well, isn't it? That you've just got a little bit of a thing in your favour. Although, of course, foreseeing this kind of situation, who could have predicted it at the start of the day? I didn't. I think it's a credit to Chadwick, isn't it? Really, and you know the other two have played their part, Simoncic and Crossland. But I mean, he's done so much heavy lifting for this team that he's actually got the team in a final they don't quite deserve to be in. You know, I don't mean that disrespectfully, sorry, but they're here sort of a little bit above where they deserve to be at the moment in terms of the speed that they've got, and you know, that's no disrespect to them, as I say, but it is true at the moment. Chadwick doing his best, still couldn't do anything about that there.
No, I mean, it was a good effort. There's no lack of trying. Lap after lap, slowing the pace more and more. And like you said, actually, the Kawanda teammates started to almost squabble in and amongst themselves. Well, who's the best place to maybe give this a go? Because I guess they also realized that the more they got checked up, the closer Simoncic would get. And a couple of looks here and there, but unfortunately just not close enough. Run to the line, saw them covered by just over a second. Chadwick with the race win, but strike one in the best of 3 series goes the way of Kawanda. And so now I think what they're probably doing, Ewan, a couple of those practice starts getting ready for what could be the final race of the day.
Yeah, Wolfson and Veyron are the only ones out on the track at the moment in this warm-up session, sorry. And that's all you've got to be doing at this stage. Unless Kawanda have a very bad start, at least one of them has a very bad start in this race, they have taken this in a 2-0 final. I just don't see the way in which Chadwick gets ahead of enough of them to slow them all down to win this second leg, to be honest. To send it to a third and then all bets are off, but I can't see that happening, unfortunately.
I think I agree with you. So 30 seconds left before the drivers will get the instructions to head down to the grid. Gotta say, Ford Mustang V8 Supercar does look spectacular. And both the Kawanda and Rafa ERA cars look pretty good as well.
It's a strange practice start, isn't it? Or is it just the sound that's a bit weird? I don't know. Seems a bit weird to me, but anyway, there you go. That's a bit better. It's so fun. It's so much better, isn't it? Standing starts when it's actually difficult to get off the line. A bit unpredictable. Always good to watch. And yeah, really glad that we chose these V8 Supercars for this round, because a lot of people know iRacing very well, but don't necessarily know these cars.
No, exactly. Relatively new to the platform as well. The first iRacing Bathurst 1000 with this generation of supercar run just a couple of months ago. So as we said, Kawanda 1, 2, 3, Rafa ERA 4, 5, 6, and it is as simple as this. If Kawanda can hold off, if they can finish 1 and 4, they are good. They will win the second round of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. Their second round, although would still, Ewan, be quite short of the points they need for a top 4 spot, and so it will be do or die on Wrenchport in about a month's time.
Yeah, it would be. And say, just to give you an idea, Rafa ERA would be ahead of second place by 3 points if they were to finish second as they are right now, but they'd be 8 above the cut line. With Coanda 10 below the cut line, it would be very, very nervy for them as to making it through, but it's not over yet. They've got to throw everything at this, Rafa ERA, even if it means risking getting penalty points, whatever, just risk everything, try and get onto a third race and see what can happen, because at the moment they are markedly second best out of these two teams.
Well, I think that means let's get strapped in and ready to go. It could be the final race of the evening. It could be a spectacular performance from Rafa ERA by EMM that stretches us into the final third race of the best of 3 series. Just waiting for those lights to build, the engines to rev, the 5.4 litre V8 Ford Coyote engine that will send these drivers off to turn 1. Good start from Chadwick. Not so great from Simoncic and Crossland. Chadwick into the grass, and that could be day done. All 3 Coanda cars will slot in 1, 2, 3. Race control, though, might have something to say about that.
Well, yeah, I don't see how that is anything other than a complete block on the front straight there. I maybe need to see it again to find out whether it's true or not. But Salomon here defending in towards turn 3 from Chadwick as hard as Chadwick was defending from him in the first race.
And I think what he really needs to do now is break him mentally. Passing him would be good. He needs Simoncic to follow through as well. And don't tell me, over the crest of the bridge, down toward the Foster's dip. Struggling for rear traction. Chadwick not alongside just yet. And already 2 seconds lost. Elliot Veyron has got a clear margin, and so Salomon has got a clear objective here now. Rear gunner. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that is a reactionary move and not even leaving a car's width.
Exactly. And, you know, this is for to stay... I mean, look at this. You could argue that it's like that Rosberg-Hamilton thing from 2016, isn't it? You've got to factor in momentum, who's alongside, how much space given, all these kind of things, all in one go, which makes it impossible, really, for race control to satisfy everybody with the decision. But for me, you know, it's more than just the incident itself in a way. It's the fact that it is the second part of a final, and the fact that he knows Veyron, even if that is maybe a penalty or so, he's suppressed Chadwick enough in this race.
Chadwick!
As it nearly spins, he's suppressed their best driver enough that they've got this now. That's the key thing for me.
A bit of a wry smile once again on Will's face. I'm glad at least that he's having fun. I think reality at the end of the day is Rafa ERA don't need to win tonight. Coanda do. Rafa ERA will be very happy to settle for, I say settle, to be second place on the podium, you know. Best of the rest, other than Coanda on iRacing. I don't think they'll complain as Wolfson and Veyron drive off into the Australian sunset, with Salomon just continuing to open up that gap. I guess it again is going to come down to what race control has to say about all of this. Touch there. I think that's just kind of Will trying to work through shell corner to find the opportunity. Don't think anything's wrong with that.
No, I don't think anything's wrong with that either. Chadwick has got to be keeping an eye on what's going on in front of him. You can see it from on board here. Surely you've got to know that Salomon's going to hold the inside like that, and so, yeah, I agree. That is not on Salomon, but I'd be a little bit more wary of the first incident. Even so, with 6 points currently going to Coanda and a whopping 15 currently going to Rafa ERA, I'll be surprised if it makes any difference.
Another shot from the rear perspective here. Lewis McLeod has jumped into chat. Lewis will be hopefully back with us for Rennsport. Hopefully. And at Sim Formula Europe. That's if Ewan hasn't permanently replaced him in the commentary booth.
Oh, that'll go down well. Yeah. Well, we'll see, because I wasn't sure I'd be here. But you know, here I am.
I mean, Lewis did ask for us to increase the banter, so I have just turned it in his direction. Laps winding down. Again, we are just waiting to see if race control is going to do anything. But even if they give 2 penalty points, which has been the kind of norm for a lot of penalties so far today from what I've seen, that doesn't impact the result significantly enough, because that would make it 5 points for Coanda. 3 plus 2 is 5. It's still 9 points, 4 plus 5 for Rafa ERA. So unless by the racing gods, the shoers aside that for fun we should give Coanda a 10-point penalty, there's not really much to be done here.
No. It's it's not going to happen, I don't think. As far as these two teams are concerned, it would have to be a monstrous penalty indeed. And Chadwick not even very close to Gabriel Salomon anymore, so Coanda can just bring it home from here and know that they've done all they can, but they also know that the damage may have been done earlier in this season, because we've seen already them have bad rounds at ACC and on GT7 as well. Very bad rounds going out at the earliest stage possible of the competition. And even though there's 2 penalty points for Elliot Veyron, as we just confirmed now, that shouldn't change too many things tonight.
So 2 penalty points. Not significant enough to shift proceedings by any means. And I guess Coanda very much hero or zero. Which side of them do we see on Rennsport? 10 points, the buffer that they will still have to the cut line. The question is going to be not just how they perform, but how the teams around them are going to perform as well. Because effectively, they need to grab 10 positions over the team on the cut line and everyone else. So really what they're asking for is all the teams who have struggled this season down the bottom of the points to have a really good day.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so difficult. So to give you an idea, they need TC Esports not to make the final, Visceral not to do very well in the semi-finals if they make it at all, Williams Sim Racing to get knocked out in the quarter-finals or earlier and finish quite low, Virtus Pro as well. But as soon as I go further up and start to say these guys need to finish not in the quarter-finals or low in the quarter-finals or out by the second chance, suddenly you get to some very good Rennsport teams who are actually up there at the moment in the cut line. You got Williams, Virtus Pro, PS, Nitro the exception, Rafa ERA also the exception, but 3 out of those top 5 teams have lineups who are in R1, and that's very difficult to expect them to finish not in the quarterfinals or semi-finals, but that's what Coanda are relying on.
Agreed. I'm just trying to remember. The format will shift slightly for Rennsport, but I'm not quite remembering exactly how it shifts. Can accommodate a few more cars than what we could on GT7, where effectively we were quite capped on the number of cars on track at any one time. Your leaders up front get ready to see the final lap of the race, and indeed what will be, unless there's any other things that race control has to say, the final lap of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts, 4th round here on iRacing. Are the teammates going to squabble for who sees the checkered flag first?
I think the exact same thought popped into my head, but I think it's commentary wishful thinking, I'll call that. Don't think Veyron is going to give Wolfson a very difficult time of things at all here. Obviously, if this wasn't your teammate and this was for a proper race win, you'd be really feeling the pinch at the moment, but Wolfson certainly won't be. He knows he's only a few corners away from a victory with Coanda here.
It's a slightly odd car, yes. Slightly odd track, yes. But next time out on Rennsport, it's the Praga R1, which, well, it's got some downforce, yes, but it's by no means similar to the GT3 cars that the Rennsport competitors have usually driven. So will Coanda still have a chance to fight their way to the front of the field? A big smile from Victor Wolfson as he fends off the advances of Elliot Veyron, and synchronized drifting as Coanda Esports are your winners of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts here on iRacing.
Very well done to them. They did give us a bit of entertainment on the final lap after all as well. And despite a couple of penalty points, they make it home with more than enough points to spare. Elliot Veyron and Victor Wolfson doing the business in the end. Rafa ERA squeezed the absolute most they could out of their driving lineup here today. Chadwick winning 4 races, I think it was, in the end, which is a season record for somebody on one evening, and indeed a whole season. He's done it in one night, but it wasn't enough in the end. Coanda were the best team, the most consistent team. They described it as their home sim, so they would have been disappointed, frankly, not to win as they have just done.
I mean, anyone who knows Coanda would struggle to argue with that fact. They ventured out onto R-Factor, onto Assetto Corsa Competizione in the past, but The bread and butter has always been on iRacing, and here in the Ford Mustang V8 Supercar around Oran Park, 1, 2, 3 at the line, yes, with a bit of argy-bargy on the race start. But they effectively finish as they started. No change. So Chadwick, Simonchich and Crossland, proud of their effort to say the least, but they were no match on the day for the effectively best team as well. Most consistent across the night, and it's not often sometimes, I think, in motorsports that you can say the most consistent team came out on top. Often we've been able to say that with Team Redline, previously you in the ERL, but tonight it was all about Coanda.
Yeah, it was their long-time rivals, of course, Redline's long-time rivals, Coanda Esports, winning here tonight, and pretty comfortably as well. I think that final race result just says it all, doesn't it, really, about the races we've seen here in this final. And one last chance for us, really, on Rensport to have a sort of a back and forth final. I do think we've got good teams on Rensport who might give us that. Unfortunately, I don't think it will matter particularly for their advancement into the top 4. But hoping for the last race, we do get at least a bit of a back and forth, because it's been a lot of 2-0 washouts, if you like, for this for these finals.
You're meant to excite people, Ewan. You're meant to make things exciting, build them up, not tell them not to come and watch us on Rensport.
I won't be there.
Well, who knows? We might stop.
That's more reason to tune in, I suppose, isn't it?
Well, yes, we'll get more banter between Lewis and myself potentially, or more golf talk. Which one's more likely? You know what I'm doing tomorrow? I'm off to play some golf. Let's have a chat with the Coanda Esports drivers. Let's drag all 3 of them in. Let's start with Victor Wolfson, who was victorious in that second race of the final. I mean, Victor, what a night for Coanda. Most consistent team is what I was just saying, and you guys get it done in 2 races tonight.
Yeah, this was just so awesome. Such a great feeling. Like, training up to this event has been, like, I would say perfect. We got a great amount of help from the team. Dane Warren, for example, shout out to him. And yeah, it's just everything came together, no mistakes. Everything was just smooth, and a good final in the end. Yeah, it couldn't be any better.
Victor, took us through that final lap. You had Elliot right behind you there, and you knew maybe at that point you were going to win. You had a smile on your face as you came to the line. Were you just sort of messing around, having a battle there? What was the chat between the two?
Yeah, I was saying to Elliot, like, don't do it. Just be safe. Wouldn't want any mistakes on the final lap. Like, I did a very bad final lap because I got excited and happy because we were winning, and I saw Elliot was looking towards the dive at the final corner, and I was like, no. But yeah, it all went well, so we're all happy.
Let's chat with Elliot Veyron next. Elliot, not often that I think we'll see you driving a V8 Supercar, but how was the experience overall? We had standing starts, the 1-lap qualifying, but you guys were able to figure out exactly what you needed to do.
Yeah. Hey guys. Yeah. Actually, I actually drove the Supercar when it came out on iRacing, like the first week. It was quite fun. I kind of like the car. It's hard to drive, but it's kind of fun. But yeah, I mean, the starts were not easy, as we have seen on the last race, I guess. So yeah, the standing starts are not easy in this car, and even on like 10 minutes race, the tires are really dying basicing, so you need to take care of them, and it's quite tricky, but it was a fun event, and yeah, it's nice to win.
And great for the team as well. How are you feeling about the point situation for Coanda now? You, based on our calculations, you'll still be 10 points below the 4th place line at the end of today. How much how much of a target is that final round of the season now, Rensport, to make up those final points?
I mean, I have full trust in Charlie and Gabriel to win the last race on Rensport, so I'm not really I'm quite confident about it, to be honest.
And well, I think that leads us on to a quick chat with Gabriel, and to quickly touch on Rensport, where you have experience, of course, having competed in R1, even if Ewan forgot about that. But
yeah, appreciate that, Ewan.
Let's go. even if it was in the GT3 cars, we're racing in the Praga R1. Have you driven it at all? How much of a challenge do you think it's going to be to adapt to that? Much like iRacing specialists had to adjust to the V8 supercars this time around.
It's definitely going to be a challenge. I think anything in Rennsport, driving it at the limit is a bit of a challenge. But I think, as Elliot said, Charlie, great driver, one of the best on Rennsport, and like I think with his help as well, going into the last round, I'll definitely be able to be there up there in the top of the field with them.
And just to circle back to today as well, how much of experience have you had in the V8 supercars in the past down the years, and how much did you enjoy wrestling these cars around this very small circuit tonight?
Well, I bought the car for the event, and I'd never driven the old V8 supercars, so at the start I was like, oh, this is really gonna be a challenge. And then when I saw the track vote was Oran Park, I was like, oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be a challenge. Really fun car to drive, really fun battling as well, and blocking with Chadwick as well. It's very fun to do that as well. Overall, great experience, super fun car to drive. It was great.
Well, GG boys, congratulations, a second victory for Coanda. We'll see you on Rennsport in a couple of weeks' time.
See you. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
I say couple of weeks, but realistically, Ewan, it's closer to almost just over a month as we make our way to the fifth and final of our platforms after its official release on console. So we head to Rennsport on December the 13th, Praga R1, track to be determined. And it should be interesting because there's a lot to be determined, not just our top four, but some bragging rights for everyone else.
Yeah, some different formats as well, by the way, not quite the same as to what we see here tonight. I think well, although those R1 teams haven't driven the Praga R1 in competitions extensively as they have in the GT3s, they will still know the platform, the physics and everything else a lot better than some of the others. So there may be a bit of a divide in the field, but not all of those in the top four of these standings here are those teams, especially in the cases of Rafa ERA and Team Nitro. Watch out for them getting very nervous next week, because the four teams below them I would describe as Rennsport specialists, at least have some Rennsport specialists on their team, and that has got to be nerve-inducing for those top two teams heading into the final.
And I think Virtus Pro might be favourites. If Dara McCormack is back and fighting on full form with a Kevin Ellis Jr., that's a combination to keep all eyes on. Williams Sim Racing on the wrong side of the cut line, as are R8G. All pressure now onto, I assume it's going to be Marcel Chinchik and maybe Yuri Toman. We'll find out in a while. While Visceral, TC, Coanda, they've got a bit more work, I would argue. Coanda, even with 2 wins this season, find themselves in trouble. It's been a shorter night than normal, but I don't think anyone's complaining. Great job from our team behind the scenes at Race Control, and on behalf of our entire team at VCO, thanks for joining us. For Ewan O'Leary, our producer Hugo Luis, and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, thanks for your company. Congrats to Coanda Esports, but we'll see you in a month's time for the final round of the regular season in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts.